of provinces. That for the purpose of the quorum, all the delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. That delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted. That all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. That all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. That the interpretation facility is active. Further, that permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Allow me to go on and announce that the information provided to me indicate that there'll be no notice of motions or motions without notice in terms of Council Rule 229. So, honorable delegates, in accordance to Council Rule 2291, there'll be no notice of motion or motions without notice. We will now proceed to the question session. But before we do that, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister for the Social Services Cluster, especially the Minister of Human Settlements, Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, and I'm told the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation. Further, I would like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council rules, let's just note the following. It's really standard, and to remind ministers and whoever will be participating in the process that they should please note the following: that the time for reply by a minister to a question is 5 minutes. That only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question, and that a member who has asked the initial question would be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. That the time for asking a supplementary question is strictly 2 minutes, and that the time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. And finally, that the supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. We always want to emphasize this last point, that the supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. We will try the best we can to deal with ministers in the order stipulated in the order paper and the guide stipulated in the guide particularly. I will now call on the Minister of Human Settlement to respond to question 180. Question 180, and this question has been raised by Honorable M. Bartlett. Again, as a reminder, 5 minutes for response to the question. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to honorable members. Thanks, Honorable Bartlett, for the question. The lessons learned from the recent disasters indicate that the current recovery strategy, as well as capacity to assist provinces and municipalities are currently inadequate. Consequently, the department has decided to create a permanent disaster response unit with the requisite skills in the department. Secondly, the emergency grant management framework is being reviewed to ensure that both the application and approval processes are streamlined, because we are picking up, this is part of the problem. Not only that, the metros, but in small municipalities where you find that when they do application, there is no capacity for sometimes assessment that are accurate. So we are mainstreaming in terms of the work so that application processes can be responded. The other area which remains a constraint is around construction-based response solution, which unavoidably inherently has bottlenecks. Part of the problem that we had to experience in KwaZulu-Natal was availability of land, especially in the eThekwini area. Land development planning processes, business forums who disrupt the work that has started, objection by neighboring community. For example, when we wanted to relocate some of the communities from the mass care centers, as we put temporary units, then you found that communities will say, not in our neighborhood. The other area which has been a difficulty, especially in KZN, intimidation of officials, or even which led to actually, during the disasters as we were doing, recalculating and evaluating the mass care centers, we lost one of the officials who was killed within eThekwini area. Then looking at some of these challenges in terms of relocation of people, but also because they were sitting in halls, especially in eThekwini, we had to take a decision that revised how we intervene in terms of disasters. And that's why the rental assistance scheme and transitional emergency accommodation is currently being implemented. We had to go to cabinet to request this approach to be adopted by ourselves. We also did a voucher system that was meant to assist us as part of speedily responding to the partially damaged houses. This was actually one of the areas that could assist us. And as we evaluate the work, we see that this was quite efficient in responding, and we could be able to move a lot of people back to their houses because we would be able to give them vouchers that they were able to fix their roofs, windows, and all that. Then the issue, the ability to develop capacity to respond adequately to emergency housing is an ongoing process by the department, but also by provincial departments of human settlements and also within municipalities. And this engagement, we consistently have it at MINMEC, for example, in the coming month. This month, we will be in OR Tambo district as visiting one of the areas that was hit by the disasters as the entirety of MINMEC, which includes the minister, the deputy minister, the MECs from all other provinces, the councillors who are responsible for human settlements, so that we can be able to take lessons out of that, see how we can be able to improve the efficiency and ensure that we can be able to respond timeously to the people who are affected. Another issue where we are looking at other issues that are being considered in terms of our capacity and response is participation in disaster management committees that have representatives of other departments and also ourselves, addressing mitigation strategies for emergency housing, but also part of the issue that we are looking at is to look at alternative building technology that we want to utilize. We have agreed with the MEC in Free State to say, can we test this in terms of Free State, where we respond to the disaster and implement it through a turnaround time, which we find it quicker. However, we're still responding to the issue of the quantum that is a bit higher so that we can be able to respond within at least a turnaround time that is important, that is quicker. We are saying as human settlements that the minute there are disasters, people are on the streets. And therefore, that's why we've put in place mechanisms to say you don't have to wait for the disaster to be declared to request intervention. And this is the conversation that we have at MINMEC, and also ensuring that even the councillors and municipalities, which are not part of MINMEC, especially the local municipalities and the district, do know what needs to be done and creating seamless approach in terms of the response. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Minister. The first supplementary question will come from Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, thank you for the response to this important question. But how is the department, in collaboration with other sector departments, planning to use a district development model as a catalyst for upskilling the local government to respond more effectively against floods and other related natural disasters? I thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Buckland. Indeed, the district development model presents an opportunity for us to have seamless coordination, but also response time. It's not yet perfected, as I was reporting. It's one of the areas that we're engaging. We have assigned, for example, in the department, officials to districts so that they can assist us in supporting those districts. But one of the areas that we are now learning is that being able to communicate through the district champions so that they can assist us where we are not able to. Firstly, to inform the councillors and also those who are within that area in terms of the process of application, but again, in terms of feedback. Hence, we are utilizing the OR Tambo. As I said, we will be in the OR Tambo district, and we have taken myself and the MEC in Eastern Cape to say, let's utilize OR Tambo district as a pilot to be able to implement seamlessly the response to disaster, especially because this is an area that over years has been seeing disasters, more than 3 disasters a year, repeatedly, and the turnaround time of government has not been adequate. So that's why we are utilizing it as part of the intervention, but also putting in the monitoring and evaluation. What we have done as well, we utilize our war room as part of the areas that go around, look at areas that we will not be able to go, and also compile a report that we are sharing now with our MINMEC so that there can be lessons learned. So I do agree that the DDM presents a model that will be able to assist in resolving some of the challenges that we are coming across. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We now proceed to the second supplementary question from Honorable Nana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, despite your government's proven false narrative that you are a caring government, in KZN since June this year, people who were affected by floods are still housed in community halls. And most of these people live under inhumane conditions. How do you reconcile your narrative of being a caring government and the fact that people in KZN still live in inhumane conditions? Do you still consider yourselves as a caring government? If so, when does the minister envision this situation to be resolved? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Let me acknowledge the concerns by Honorable Nana in terms of the turnaround time. I think I'm the first to acknowledge that the time we took to respond could have been better, could have been lesser, and hence we are talking about lessons learned. The nature and the magnitude of the disaster was massive. One of the challenges, and I do believe that we still can consider ourselves as a caring government, we've been able to close, and one of the things that honorable member must remember is that in terms of KZN, we could safely say that we had disasters in eThekwini, we have disasters in Herigwala, Ilembe, we had King Cetshwayo, we had Uku, we had Umgungundlovu, we had Umkanyakute, Amajuba, we had Umzinyati, we had Uthugela, we had Zululand. If you look at the number of these areas in terms of intervention, for example, we've been able to close the mass care centers across. Currently in eThekwini, out of 120 mass care centers, we are left with 70 in terms of the target last counting. And this is also because that's why we saw, when we saw that it is taking long to remove them from mass care centers, then we took a decision to say, let's intervene and provide an alternative. And this is what I'm talking about when I respond to the issues around the rental assistance scheme that we have started to do instead of moving them into, so that we can move them out of the halls into those areas. The other issues that we've got to be, it's not only because of government not wanting to intervene. If we look at KwaZulu-Natal, especially at eThekwini, because that's where we had challenges and that's why we are continuing, and we're hoping by the end of the month, we would have removed everybody in the mass care centers. Part of the problem in eThekwini is that we could not return people or build the temporary units where they used to be because the environment, the landscape had moved. Two is that when we found, for example, we had to find land. When we found land, part of the challenge we had is that communities would say, we do not want temporary units here. So the issue of not in my neighborhood started. We took long in terms of negotiating, trying to convince people to allow us to build those TRUs. The other challenge that we faced was, as I said, the disruption by business, or what we call amadela ngokubona in our project. But at some point, we had to stop even the operation of the disaster because we had an official who was killed coming from one of the areas as a mass care center. So these are some of the challenges that we have experienced. While I acknowledge that we could have turned around time quicker, but some of these areas, as you note, Honorable Nana, are outside our control. And this is why we are talking about lessons learned. And that's why we're now moving into the issues of building that exist where we rent them and move the people there while we are building, now doing permanent building to be able to relocate them. Thank you very much, National Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now go to the third supplementary question from Honorable Mukause.
House Chairperson,
Honorable Mukause.
I'm going to take.
So Anwar's replacing Mukause, and that's fine. Let's go on. Please proceed.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, a capable state reduces vulnerability to natural disasters. Yet currently municipalities across provinces in South Africa are poorly equipped. Drainage systems are not working. There exists poor workmanship on public infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and even houses built by this government. Corruption runs rampant, increasing vulnerability. Which measures of intervention have been taken to strengthen government so that it is able to respond timeously to social disasters without stealing from the poor? Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We won't mind heckling if members can just remember that. For as long as it doesn't interfere with our rights and the right of the speaker to be heard. So we'll move on to the fourth supplementary question from Honorable Dutoit.
I have not responded to the Honorable Arnold's.
Oh, sorry, Minister first.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and note the question by Honorable Arnold. Firstly, Honorable Arnold, I'm not responsible for COPTA as a minister. It's Minister Dlamini Zuma. From our side, when we talk about capacity, it's that support mechanism. So we do it on the basis of human settlements nationally, and also the provinces will do on their behalf, the provinces, and then local government's capacitation will be the responsibility of working together between the municipalities and COPTA. Where we intervene or where we are able to intervene directly is based on the metros, where they are able to request for support in terms of capacity. So what we talk about when we say the DDM intervention is that we are saying we will inform them on how the process works and be able to, but we cannot intervene because that will be another line ministry. On the issue of stealing from the poor, when we look at this disaster that we are referring to, there's not been a report that there's been money being stolen in this current intervention. What we did to protect the financial and fiscal policy and also to protect the money allocated was we introduced what we call audit, real-time audit. Real-time audit assisted us to be able to look at how we're spending, where we are spending, whether it's all right, and money is not missing. Though in terms of days on implementation, the real-time audit actually added more time in terms of us delivering. But the good side of it is that there's not been a single report, which I have in front of me, that says money has gone missing. So a generic narrative around stealing, around money, we're talking specifically here about the April disasters in KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape, which does not have that record of any money being stolen. Thank you, House Chair.
No, thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to the fourth supplementary question, Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, as you know, state capacity is the ability of a government to accomplish policy goals, either through generally or in reference to specific aims. A state that lacks capacity is defined as a fragile state, in a more extreme case, a failed state. Now, some may call South Africa a failed state for obvious reasons. And obviously, your department did have goals and specific aims before April 2022. Minister, did they include addressing the failure of local municipalities and legislatures to adhere to legislation pertaining to the building of houses in suitable areas? And what engagements did you have with traditional authorities to ensure that SPLUMA legislation were adhered to as a proactive interministerial effort? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And also thanks, Honorable Dwight, the issues that is raising. I think the first issue around engagement, we do continue to engage with the traditional leaders around the implementation of SPLUMA. You would note that the IMC, which is another minister, but just to indicate, because I was part of that indaba with traditional leaders and leaders, where we agreed in that out of that meeting that the implementation of SPLUMA will happen, because over time, this was not acknowledged and it was not recognized, which indeed, as government would have loved to say, this should have been done earlier so that we can be able to deal with the issues that relates to where people are sitting. We continue to engage with traditional leaders as part of capacity so that we can support, because they do not have the ability to do engineering work, whether they can see where they are putting people, whether it's suitable land for human settlements or not. So those engagements are ongoing. Remember, as part of the work that we do, you could not, in terms of the law and the constitution, it protects their rights and it protects their legal standing. And therefore, we could only do that through collaboration. So work continues through the IMC on land, that is chaired by the Deputy President in this area. And from our side, we continue to engage because it's not our line function. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now that we're done with question 180, we'll now move to question 172. Question 172 is a question on irregularities raised by the AG, the Auditor General. And this question is from Mr. I.M. Sleku, Honorable I.M. Sleku. It's directed to the Minister of Human Settlement. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. And thank you, Honorable Sileku. The Auditor General of South Africa identified material irregularity expenditure of 2.3 million and below, and are the details that I want to just highlight. Competitive bidding process not followed of almost 1.5 million. The matter was referred to the internal audit unit to conduct a determination test as required by the National Treasury Framework. The internal audit unit found that no losses were incurred and that the transaction was not related to fraudulent, corrupt, or other criminal conduct. However, internal audit unit recommended that the department must take disciplinary action against the official implicated and subsequently issue the official with final written warning. The department is in the process of implementing the internal audit recommendation. On appointment in unadvertised posts, which amounted to 237,000, The matter was referred to the internal audit as well in terms of the process that is required by the National Treasury framework. It was also found that no losses were incurred and the transactions were not related to fraudulent, corrupt, or any other criminal activity, but internal audit recommended consequence management to be implemented against the employee by the department. The case is currently with the Department of Labor Relations Unit within the action, which we are being able to implement currently. Expansion and variation of orders that exceeded 15%. The matter was referred as well. The internal audit is still in the process of reviewing and doing the determination task as required by National Treasury framework. And this area of work has not been concluded. Once it's concluded, we'll look at the recommendation and implement. Prepayment and advances, no contractual agreement in place for almost around 11 million. The Auditor General raised material non-compliance due to the fact that the department made a prepayment to government communication and information systems without any contractual obligation as required by the prescript, including, which means that they needed to sign an agreement. The department afterwards facilitated a process of having an MOU in place as recommended by the AG, and the draft MOU was received by GCIS, vetted by legal, and the memorandum is awaiting signature and approval by GCIS. This is work that is being done, and also consequence management is being effected on the employee. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Seleku.
Thank you very much, Minister. And one would want to appreciate your long explanation in terms of consequent management. But let's just go to one of the irregularities that were raised, especially one that says payment were made prior to services been received. That for me, it's a very serious allegation, because especially, when we deal with supply chain management, everywhere in the country, you'll find that people don't follow due process. And especially when, people pay without services being rendered. And I appreciate that you say there is a process in terms of consequent management. What I would want to hear from you, Minister, would you think that if someone has actually paid someone without having received the service, do you think that a written warning meets the like written warning ukuthi isifanele eso sigwebo sisifanele umuntu owenze into ayaziyo ukuthi akufanelekanga eyenzile, ngoba lento iqhela ukwenzeka and apho khona kulawula ukhongolozo qho siyayibona lento abantu benza izinto ebingafanele bezenzile besazi ukuthi bazosuke nje bathini babethwe ezandleni and then umcimbi uphelile. Enkosi ke mphathiswa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Seleku. Honorable Minister.
Enkosi kakhulu, Honorable Seleku. Maybe let me start explaining. The money that was paid was not to an external service provider outside government. The money was paid to government communication information system, GCIS. So it was within government, and that's why the reprimand was seen as sufficient by both internal audit and the external audit. I want to assure honorable member, in terms of the portfolio, especially where I lead, we do not just dismiss abantu ezandleni. We do take consequence management. There are several officials like ukuthi xa sifumana ukuba bayenze okungalunganga siyabaripota nasemapholiseni thina ngokwethu. Khona abanye futhi siziyele ngokwethu siye ku-SIU siyobaripota, so sibayise nakuzvox. Uzawubona ukuthi kule human settlements kule department kulo mnyango wokuhlala kwabantu wokuhlala kahle kwabantu is that siyakwazi ukuthi xa umuntu amoshile singakhohlwa ukuthi le mali xa ibiwe mayingabe khona la ibe khona, sikhumbule ukuthi ngabantu bakuthi abafuna bafuna services. So I can assure you here, azange siyenze ukuthi sibethe umuntu ezandleni qha, because into encinci siyithatha ngokuthi ngoba imali ayilahlekanga, bayatsho ne-audit bathi no imali ayilahlekanga, ayiyonto ye-corruption le bayi-evaluatile bayijonga, batsho ukuthi the only problem was that xa bathumela imali ku-GCIS bokungekho i-memorandum of understanding. This is between the state and a state entity. Enkosi kakhulu.
No, thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move to the second supplementary question from Honorable Dango.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, what are the key issues emanating from the report of the Auditor General that relates to poor internal controls and risk management, and those that relate to the patterns of corruption? And how is the department addressing these issues? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dango. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Dango. I think one of the issues that came as an area that we needed to strengthen controls, it's around our SCM processes, whereby, for example, when we use the central database system, sometimes it doesn't give us the right people in terms of the services. For example, in the areas of appointments, we've had this difficulty. We've agreed with the team. At that time, we do not have even HR head. So now we have a chief director for human resources who is paying attention in this area so that it doesn't recur, especially on advertised posts. One example, we had to say we terminated a service provider, for example, who used a wrong email address, and when candidates responded, then only after a complaint, we realized that this was a problem, and this was somebody who was on the central database that we utilize. So we have now started to clean up the databases that we use in order to be able to get quality services. If you look at the variation as well, we've put internal control in terms of authorization by both the CFO and the Director General. As I said, in terms of contractual agreements within entities of the state, because previously others thought that when you do, might not be a need for an MOU between the department and, for example, with GCIS, which that has been rectified, and we believe that will improve in terms of our audit outcomes. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Minister. We'll move to the third supplementary question from Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. A lack of adequate enforcement of action plans on non-performance challenges have resulted in a lack of appropriate interventions and actions into irregularities. Consequence management must be applied to prevent the recurrence of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The department has committed to ensure tools are in place to monitor the effective progress in provinces. Please provide details of these tools and how they will be implemented with particular regard to the context-specific issues faced within the different provinces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Hadebe. What we have done, firstly, is through MINMEC, Auditor General team, that gives us the audit in terms of the sector, the areas that we need to improve. And that's part of what we now have agreed at MINMEC, that we will do joint monitoring of the areas which are sector-wide audit issues. So that tool will assist us to improve in terms of compliance and also making sure that we do not find ourselves in trouble. The other area, for example, in terms of MINMEC, we have agreed as a sector, both in terms of the province and municipalities that are receiving grants from us, is that we will ensure that, for example, if officials didn't pay, for example, invoices within 30 days, they are facing consequence management, for example, having to explain themselves and written warnings given to them, or even portable dismissal. So these are some of the tools that we are implementing. But again, in provinces, what we are doing, where we found that there's been weaknesses in terms of planning. We've had conversations with, for example, in Limpopo, we've had a conversation with the MEC. We will be able to support the MEC with technical capacity, which previously we did, to be able to assist in advanced planning to reduce the issues that would be raised by Auditor General. Similarly, with other areas, we are paying attention. And one of the areas as well that has been raised by the Auditor General team is around the issue of transfers to entities by the provincial department. For example, they'll transfer to HDA and without having to have an agreement in upfront. So that has been the MECs across the provinces and together with HDA board. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. The fifth and the last supplementary question is from the EFF, Honorable Arnold.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, in last year's report, the Auditor General reported lack of consequence management for financial and material irregularities. The AG also raised concerns both during the 2019-20 and 2020-21 financial years, reported about internal control deficiencies in your department. This despite promises of strengthening controls. Now, which steps has the minister taken in ensuring that these are addressed effectively, and how will you improve oversight and performance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Arnold. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Arnold. We have already started to about all the areas where there's been irregularities, what we call material irregular expenditure, and the areas and what we have done about it. This report was also presented, we are presenting to the Auditor General team in terms of consequence management. Secondly, around monitoring of management issues that have been raised by AG. It's a quarterly matter that we deal with, both in terms of the department, but also in the entities. I've requested since joining the portfolio, requested when we meet with the entities boards that they should be able to do when they do their quarterly performance report as well on the implementation on audit issues, so that we do not lose track of the issues that have been raised, and also we can avoid recurrence. There is audit between the last audit and this one that we had just received, the 2021-2022 financial year. And therefore, we are quite comfortable that we'll continue to improve as per our commitment to the Auditor General team. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
No, thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to question 181. The question is on payment plan for municipal rates and services. This question is from Honorable Dodovu and is directed to the Minister of Human Settlements. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to Honorable Dodovu. Just to confirm, as per the National Department, we do not owe any municipal rates and services that we are supposed to pay. So there isn't a need for us to put in plan. But what we thought as well should expand. In terms of our entities, CSOS does not owe any municipal rates and taxes on our services outstanding. All properties is rented and services are duly up to date. In terms of NHFC, the NHFC company does not have any municipal rates and services outstanding. All properties are rented and services are duly paid. We've got the Cape Town Community Housing Company, Uppington Municipality land purchase there, and rates and taxes were almost around 2 million that we've got. Cape Town in terms of municipality, in terms of Cape Town Community Housing Company. These are some of the companies that are dormant, that we are closing, that currently, because of the buildings that belong to us, still has to be sorted out. In terms of Property Practitioners Authority, PPRA, does not have any municipal rates and services outstanding and doesn't owe any services. On SHRA, Social Housing Regulatory Authority does not owe any municipal rates and services. And also on the Housing Development Agency, it doesn't owe any municipal rates and taxes. In terms of National Housing Builders Registration Council, NHBRC, it doesn't owe any municipal services and rates and taxes. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Minister. The first supplementary question will come from Honorable Dodovu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your response. But at the same time, Honorable Minister, you'd agree with me that one of the serious problems facing municipalities is the inability of these municipalities to collect rates and taxes. And if they were going to collect these rates and taxes, it would improve service delivery, promote economic development, and ensure that it addresses the basic services of our people. Now, in the light of this, and the fact that departments continue to not pay municipalities as they should, don't you think that those who are responsible, especially the heads of the departments of this department, must be held accountable as part of consequence management to ensure that the monies that they owe to municipalities are paid? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovu. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovu. I do agree that payment of services is quite critical and important, and not only just payment, but payment in time, so that we can have sustainability and financial viability of municipalities. Indeed, where you find government departments not paying, as you can see, we are saying that we are paying attention to that, both not as the department only, but also our entities, to ensure that we do not contribute to the non-functioning of the municipality or making that municipalities not to be viable, financially viable. One of the areas as well, Honorable Member, that we are paying attention to, even including one of the conversations that we had, it's around even how we build indigent homes within these municipalities, and they will be required to provide services for them, such as electricity and water, for free, because these people could not afford to contribute. So part of what we are looking at is to be able to say, can we change the policy now so that by the 1st of April 2023, we could be able to implement the houses as we build RDP houses to have solar panel. And that's one of the work that we are doing, so that we can try and assist to ease the burden on municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next supplementary question comes from Honorable Dutoit. Honorable Dutoit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, the initial question subject line is payment plan for municipal rates and services. My question speaks directly to it. With the Deputy President confirming that discussions did take place between governments, traditional leaders, kingships, and traditional councils with regard to private ownership of so-called traditional land in so-called traditional areas, that transfer of ownership of land to individuals will soon take place. Minister, I want to know which entity, person, or grouping has been responsible up to now for the payment of municipal supplied bulk services, specifically water, to these traditional areas? Or is it treated as a free basic service? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dutoit. Minister.
Unfortunately, I don't think that is within our responsibility, Chairperson. We, as the Department of Human Settlement, we pay for the services. As he says, the primary question is that, do we owe? We do not owe. We are paying both ourselves and entities. I think Honorable Member can ask the Minister responsible for traditional leaders on the matters that relates to traditional leaders authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We move on to the third supplementary question from Honorable S.B. Lihi. Honorable Lihi.
Minister, the currently exists of challenge of non-payment of municipal services in South Africa. Municipal debt management is therefore critical. Which measures has the minister taken to ensure that the little funds available which are dedicated to service delivery are not mismanaged by municipal officials? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Heji. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think also this question is not meant for me. I'm responsible for human settlements. If I start crossing the line, I'll be taking Minister Dlamini Zuma's job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last supplementary question is from Honorable Lunt. Honorable Lunt.
On this side, Chairperson, good afternoon. Thank you for that answer, Honorable Minister. I just want to double check, when you read down the report and said that your department owed nothing, but there's one entity, I think, that you mentioned that owed an amount still to the city of Cape Town. Can you just please repeat what that entity is? What's the amount that's outstanding? And then what will be done to ensure that that outstanding amount is settled so that you then have a clear book whenever you have such a question again? Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. This is Cape Town Community Housing Company. These were old community housing projects that necessarily not fully owned by government, but were partially developed by government and owned by communities. So we are resolving it to try and ensure that this, because they are sitting under one of the old entities that we need to close. They are currently dormant in terms of operation, but resolving the matter, possibly hoping that we can have a write-off in terms of debt from the municipality on this one. And this is about 2 million. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll move on to question 156. This question is on Rocky Park IRDP. It's from Honorable Hatebe to Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you provided. They do indicate that the department in the province remains committed to prioritizing the completion of Rocky Park IRDP project. It is also important to note that the municipality has approved a new configuration on the schemes. As a result, only Scheme 8 will remain demarcated for the CRU instrument, and the rest of the schemes 1 to 7 have been converted to social housing. Current total historic expenditure of the project is sitting almost at 153 million for the CRUs and 16 million for low-income units. The current cost for the assessment of Scheme 8 to date is estimated at 921 million, and this will confirm once the SCM processes for the appointment of the implementing agent has been concluded by the provincial department. The cost should be sufficient to undertake the assessment work on Scheme 8 to completion. Upon completion of the assessment work, the appointment of the implementing agent will also happen by the department, and they will advise, and therefore this will inform the revised plan in terms of the social housing instrument, as it prescribes a unique financial model that the CRU instrument has to be used. The grant and debt funding requirement will be determined at a later stage, and once an accredited SHI, Social Housing Institution, has been appointed and a financial viability test has been conducted. It is estimated that the assessment work on Scheme 8 will be 6 months, taking into consideration all due SCM processes. The timeframes for the development of the scheme 1 to 7 cannot be determined at this stage, as there is a need to comply with the Social Housing Act. The Department of Human Settlements needs to also embark on an SCM process for the appointment of the accredited SHI. After the project was taken over by KZN department province. Remember, the project was initially under a municipality that could not perform, and therefore it was taken to the provincial level. And it found that a payment of 51 million made by Guaduguza in the project, which was not provided for in the project agreement. The province has instituted an investigation in this regard to be able to determine the issue around the payment. And once this is completed, a report will be provided to the minister so that he can receive an updated matter on this one. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We'll move on to the first supplementary question. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the community, exasperated by the almost 10-year delay, have now illegally occupied their unfinished houses, which has resulted in safety challenges. Whether any effort has been made to monitor the illegal occupation of the units? If not, why not? If so, are those occupying these units the original beneficiaries or other members of the community? And if they are not original beneficiaries, will those occupying the unfinished units be evicted from these units? And are there plans to accommodate these individuals? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Khatem. I think the first issue, we must discourage members of the community from illegally occupying either land or buildings, because it does create a problem. One of the issues is that an assessment is currently being undertaken to ascertain whether those who are already in the houses are the ones that are on the beneficiary list to benefit. If not, they will have to be evicted so that the rightful beneficiary houses. I do acknowledge when we asked the province, and they alluded this to the lack of management by the municipality, and as a remedial action, what they did as a province was to take over the project from the municipality so that they can be able to oversee it and ensure there's implementation. So the recovering of the project properly is one of the areas that the province is paying attention to, and also as part of the broader program that we do of unblocking blocked projects. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll proceed to the second supplementary question, Honorable Leku.
Mandibulele mphathiswa mna ndingumhlali wase Rocky Park. In 2010, I was so excited when this project started. It's more than a decade now, and I'm still waiting. I'm still part of the database. I'm still waiting to be allocated to a house. What has happened in this particular project is that we have seen people, moving into half-finished houses. We have seen people waiting for their units. We have seen the residents of that particular municipality toying to councillors, toying to the department, but dololo progress. It's unacceptable for 12 years after we started with this particular project that we are still waiting, and there seems to be no progress at all. So just to latch on to what Honorable Jola was saying in terms of proclaiming that you are a caring government, if you do actually believe in terms of putting people first, I would have expected that after your appointment as a minister, which was a year ago, that the first thing that you would do, you would go to this particular project and to the beneficiaries, apologize for all the mistakes that has happened in this particular project, and make commitments to them and say you will be attending. But my question, Minister, to have you been to this particular community? And then if not, why not? And then if you did go to this particular community and beneficiaries, what has been the commitments, as a relief to their struggle? Thank you very much, Mpatis.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leku. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Sileku asiqale apha awuqualify wena. Andikwazi ulinda njani indlu pha eRocky Park. Ngoba kwizinga lakho lokuhola uphezu kwe-RDP qualification, uphezu allocation grants in terms of support for what we call missing middle. Yabona xa sowuthetha kangaka ndiyazibona ingxaki zami zininzi ngoba kusho ukuthi ndihleli nabantu abaninzi abathi bafuna izindlu bangafanelanga babe bayenza ilist yethu ibe yinde ngoba xa ubhalisa ungafanelanga wazi kakuhle ukuthi ixabiso lakho la uhola khona i-income bracket yakho ayiqualifayishi ukuthi whether uwele kulento yokuthi umxhaso waka government. So ilo ngxaki ke esifanele silungise ekuhlaleni ukuthi masiqonde sonke ukuthi lo mxhaso waka government umxhaso wabantu abangakwazi ukuhola kakuhle elukuthi abanye abantu bampofu so that sikwazi ukubanikezela abafanele sibaxhase kakuhle ngoba xa kungabe kuzawuqa kufanele sibancede izawuhlupha kanjalo because that's why ndithi maniqale apha ithi ndibuyele kulento yethu ukuthi singulumeni okhathalelayo okanye cha ndithe ndafika ku-portfolio ndavizithela ii-provinces zonke khange ndiye eRocky Park as a project but ndiyile kwi-province ndiyakhontinua nangoku ndiyazivizithela ndiye ndiyojonga ukuthi ii-services zinjani zikhona iindawo esifika kuzo sifika ukuthi nyhani abantu kudala bahleli ndaya for example xa undiva ndithi ndizawubuyela e-OR Tambo ndafika e-OR Tambo for example ndafumana abantu bathi oko silinde izindlu zethu zamka ngo-2010 ndabuyela ndaqala ngokuxolisa kubahlali ukuthi nyhani ayifanelanga ibe yenzeka ngolu hlobo but andigqibanga apho ndabaxelela nama-officials waku-department ndathi igama lam aliwona I'm sorry middle name kodwa bazawufanele nabo basebenze ngoba andizuhamba ndixolisa yonke indawo bazawufanele ukuthi bathathe i-responsibility publicly whoever was responsible. That's why nditsho nangoku ukuthi kule project sizawuthatha isigqibo sokuthi aba-responsible ukuze sitsho sithi i-project ngoba if uthatha nesalga niyathatha nesalga as NCOP. Xa uxoxa nesalga, isalga iye ifune ukuthi sinikezele abomasipala ukuthi babe ama-developers. Ingxaki yethu apho is that some of them siyabanikeza babe ama-developers babuye basipote. Xa sesithatha back ukuthi asizakwazi ukunikeza ukuthi niyakhe bayakhalaza bathi i-national government ayifuni ukubanikezela ilento i-support. So ndiyathanda ukuthi silungise kakuhle sisebenzisane ene kakhulu futhi kulento ukuthi fanele silungise ukuthi sibuyele. What we are doing not only on Rocky Park project only. Ndithe ndafika apha kwi-department ndafumana ukuthi kuthiwa kuna almost 1.9 million units that are not completed across the country. We then took a decision as detable budget at the beginning, allocate money to unfinished projects that will unblock and start completing, and this will happen in a 3-year term. So these projects that are not completed, we are having a sight of them. It might not be today. We're not discussing another one. We are discussing Rocky Park, but there might be many of them that exist that we have now put in a plan, a mechanism to be able to respond to them. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. The third supplementary question comes from Honorable Lutuli.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Mphathiswa omnyango siyaqonda ukuthi kwawena uyasho kule ndlu namhlanje ukuthi i-project yase Rocky Park ayona yodwa nje engaphelile maningi. Kodwa kube sikhuluma ngale yase Rocky Park kuyihlazo minister ukuthi kuze kube manje ayikho into eqondile eshoyo ukuthi le project izophela nini because isidonse iminyaka eminingi. Umbuzo ke mphathiswa ukuthi imali yona ebudgetele imali nesisebenzisiwe mangaka ama-service provider ase-appointed le project nje eyodwa nanokuthi inini la silindele khona ukuthi iqedwe le project. Ngibonge.
Minister.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo hloniphekileyo ngibonga ilunga uMama uLuthuli. Angiqale ngokuthi ngithe mangiqala ngiphendula lo mbuzo mama ngasho umhlonishwa ngasho ukuthi i-spending yakhona imali seyike yathi kuspendwa in terms of historic cities it's 153 million. Leyo elukuthi beyibekele for ama-CRUs and also for 16 million for ama-low income units. And loko ngikushilo ukuthi mase sibheka until now, specifically kakhulu mase sibheke kule bathi scheme 8. Angithi ama-scheme akhona aqala ku-1 ayophelela ku-8. La sesibheke khona scheme 8 yona ebukeka ihamba kahle, elukuthi imali manje seyaconfirm ukuthi kuzawudingeka 1,921 edingekayo ukuze kuqedelelwe, kodwa babuyele baba ngoba mawuthatha i-project from imasipala uyisa kwi-province iye yayenze ukuthi labo sebaappointiwe ama-service providers fanele bashe banqamuke kwaqalwa i-process kabusha. Yilokhu kwenziwe ukuthi ungayi-implementa le project yathathwa yi-province elukuthi manje into abayithi njengoba uthi isikhathi sothatha kangakanani i-assessment work ethembisa ukuthi izayenza bathi bazaqeda i-assessment work within 6 months specifically for i-scheme 8. Into engisayicelile futhi ukuthi masisheshise njengoba usho ukuthi le project kudala ikhona nabanye abahlonishwa njengoba basho ukuthi kudala ikhona. It's one of those that we are paying attention to, at least lena sekhuluma ngayo seyiqalile ukuthi iyalungiswa, iqalile ukuthi ibuyisela esimeni so that sizokwazi ukuyiqeda. Ngiyabonga.
No, thank you very much, Minister. The last supplementary questions come from Honorable Mtetwa, but I see that there's a concern there, Honorable Ryder.
Chair, there's no feed coming through on the translation services. If we can ask someone to have a look for that, please.
Which one is particularly not working, Honorable Ryder?
There's nothing. I've tried all the channels. There's no translation coming through.
Yes. I'll ask the table here to assist you. Thank you very much. Honorable Mtetwa.
Honorable Chair of the House, thank you very much. Babu Masondo, Siyabonga Tingswai. My question to the Minister is to Umphathiswa. Has any study Umphathiswa been undertaken to understand the reason for the delay of this project? If not, Umphathiswa, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details? And ngibese ngiyabonga Mphathiswa ukuthi ubuye wasifundisa lapha ukuthi obani bantu ekufanele baqualify kulezi zindlu. Ngiyayibonga leyo lecture ngoba mhlambe ilist yakho yinde kangaka nje kunebantu abapake wrong kulezi zindlu. Uqhubeke nje ufundise Minister. Awu nanko umbuzo wami ngizolalela lapha ku laptop yami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Mangibonge Mhlonishwa Mthethwa kulo mbuzo onawo. Yebo njengoba sisho ukuthi isizathu sokuthi kube nenkinga le project ingahambi kahle ukuthi umasipala uye wahluleka ukuthi uyibheke kahle, umasipala uyahluleka kuyimanage iproject ukuze ihambe kahle, kube nenkinga eziningi phansi kumasipala. Siyazi ukuthi omasipala bethu sometimes abanye kubuye kube nenkinga ze-capacity on planning nokuthi bayenze iproject isuke kahle iyehambe kahle. Ingakho ukuze silungise siye yathathwa yi-province la ukuthi i-province iyangithembisa ngempela ukuthi no njengoba sebayithathile le project bazoyenza ngakonke kusemandleni wabo ukuthi le project iphele ukuze abahlali bazothola indawo zabo. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
No, thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to question 173. This question is on blocked housing projects. Question is from Honorable Sleko, directed to the Minister of Human Settlements. Honorable Minister.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, ngiyaleboga. In October 2021, I announced that all project and incomplete projects within provinces and municipalities needs to be identified, evaluated to ascertain reasons of the project being blocked or incomplete. A blocked or incomplete project impact on the household as that household is not able to occupy the house. As a result, the department is continually approved but not allocated a house. I directed that a strategy and plan be implemented by each of the provinces, which ensures that the blockages and constraints in the projects are addressed. This I have directed be done in the next 3 years. As I said earlier on, the National Department, in conjunction with the provinces, have identified approximately 3,522 projects that are currently blocked. Some of these reasons of the blockage includes the following: developers and contractors who have abandoned sites due to various reasons, including that of liquidations of their companies, and some of them including saying that they do not see profit, because if you are to build a BNG, the profit margins are very low. You've got to manage your workers properly. You've got to manage your material very properly. Otherwise, the project becomes unviable. Hence, we're seeing quite a number of contractors leaving sites, especially the small and medium ones. Whereas with the big companies, they're able to cushion themselves because they buy in bulk, especially material. Area is around planning and environmental approvals that are outstanding within municipalities. Then the lack of bulk and linked services. What we found that Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members is that some of these projects will find that the top structures are complete. The house it's complete. You've got a house that is roofed, windows, doors, everything, but it's not linked to bulk. It does not have services, and therefore it's difficult to be able to allocate those people. And part of what we have done as well in responding in this is to be able to increase the quantum, the allocations per provinces for bulk infrastructure. Instances of land, houses, and or stands having been illegally occupied, where, for example, you'd have a land identified for human settlements, and as you start to be able to build for people, then it is illegally occupied. Others, you find that it's houses that have been built, then they're illegally occupied, and it takes a long time to be able to get them out of those houses and evict them so that you can get rightful owners. And sometimes even if you evict and you want to get the rightful owners, then the rightful owners are intimidated and they start fearing to go into those houses, being intimidated by those that had illegally occupied and are refusing for the rightful owners to take in. So you find those houses, then we end up sitting with them, maybe protecting them, putting security so that they are not continuously illegally occupied and they remain unoccupied. Then duplication of projects as well as duplication of approved beneficiaries in some of the municipalities. What we have found is that in instances where municipalities, because the list of allocation is sitting with municipalities, you find that when you give them to say they must allocate, they then remove people who are supposed to qualify, they put their own people. And this, I must say, Honorable Chairperson, it happens across party lines. It's a concern that I've been raising, including some of the political parties. When they take over municipalities, for example, they arrive and stop projects from happening. This, I had to deal with it, and even including issuing a statement, media statement, calling against councillors who had just been elected in 2021 November, who arrived in municipalities, found contractors on site building, and then chased them out. And that's why we end up with some of this incomplete project. Then the last one is poor contract and project management by contractors. So this is one of the things, Honorable Chairperson, that I want to highlight, that for the current financial year, we have targeted 496 projects. Results, approximately 1,191 sites will be serviced and 2,107 houses contracted. The total amount of funds allocated in this financial year to unblock projects is approximately 426 million rands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The first supplementary question from Honorable Sleku.
Mphathiswa mandibulele ngengcaciso ethe vetshe. So, but one of the issues that you have not mentioned is the issue of land invasion and illegal occupation of units. Unfortunately, we have seen it happen a year before 2016, where some of our colleagues, they specialize in making sure, in pushing people to do the wrong thing, say they must invade land and they must occupy their structures, being as beneficiaries, because bafuna votes. So we are going to 2024, and is this going to happen again? And where the same parties are going to do the same thing, and then it's going to have an effect, it's going to impact, Chair, it's going to have an impact in terms of the housing projects. So, Mphathiswa, what I would want to know, how prevalent is the challenge of land invasions and illegal occupation of structures in relation to block projects? And how is the department going to respond to this challenge, specifically to prohibit such actions happening again, especially in poor municipalities where I come from in Tiavatot, where a land of government has been illegally occupied, and there is no development, and people have lost job opportunities because certain parties, and some of them are even in your cabinet, you know, they don't act against their members, and some of them are wearing red. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sleku. Thank you very much, and all the members. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Selekwa did indicate that part of the problem is land invasion and also issues of invasion of buildings. We must, all of us, it's our responsibility to condemn those who do it. But I've said to some of the colleagues to say, maybe one of the things that we must do is to get the person who's leading on the evasion to be arrested. Perhaps that will have an issue that deters people, because sometimes these people are vulnerable communities, and some of them actually collect money. Where you'd find when you go to this illegally occupied land, they tell you that I paid 1,500. I paid 5,000 to be able to get in here. So we must say to the people, if you can find somebody who's leading an illegal invasion of land, please give me the details. I would like to go and open and call the Hawks to assist me, because this is just disruption of planning. It's something that must not be tolerated and accepted at all. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will come from Honorable Arnolds.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Which steps of intervention has the minister taken to protect officials that are doing oversight in provinces where there are construction mafias, or where they are being threatened when they are doing their work when it comes to unblocking projects? Please provide details, Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Arnolds. What we take as a decision, firstly, was to say where there are instances where members of our department or anyone else is threatened, they need to report so that we can request the intervention from the security cluster or the Minister of Police. It's unfortunate because in some of the areas we are providing, for example, as you say, the colleagues who are working on the disaster in KwaZulu-Natal had to face quite a number of challenges, including that of one person being killed. We reported to the police and requested support. So in other instances, you'd find that as members go on site, what we do is provide security with them so that they can be able to. So because these are sensitive and matters that requires protection of individuals and workers, I would not detail in which areas do we have them protected so that we do not continue to compromise their safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Detroit, third supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, with all your efforts and the security and what you are currently doing with regards to the blocked housing projects, when do you anticipate will the current block housing projects be unblocked? Is there a timeline? Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Detroit. Yes, we have given ourselves a time frame of 3 years in terms of unblocking the projects, and we have allocated funds per financial year so that we can be able to conclude that. And that is of the projects that we have identified that are We're hoping that we should be able to have control in the systems and ensure that we do not continue to have blockages of projects as we go forward. Otherwise, it means this time frame would have to be extended beyond what we are saying in 3 years. We just want to make sure that we improve on project management and also oversight of our projects so that we are able to deal with the current figures and backlog that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The fourth and the last supplementary question from Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Minister, for your responses. Minister, in your initial response, you raised the challenges around the unblocking of the blocked projects. How many of the blocked housing projects are firstly due to contractual disputes between the contractors and government? Secondly, due to poor workmanship? And thirdly, the depletion of resources before the projects could be completed. And what is the plan of the department in this regard? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister.
My apologies, Honorable Chairperson. I started speaking without unmuting. I do not have specifically which one fall within which. What I know, I can give figures per province in terms of block projects, because you find one in this province has this, so we have not clustered them. We just put them together and identify these are the problems that are causing that. So not specifically. What we have seen was to try and see in terms of the trend over years. For example, if you look at Eastern Cape, just between 2021 and now, you would have found that in 2021, 2051 would have been having a problem, and then the changes, then it will move to 83, and then it fluctuates as we intervene. So I do not have the figures, my apologies, Chair, specifically because we did not focus on saying this projects and cluster them to say overall. We just said, okay, what are the major problems? And then we started identifying them in terms of all the other areas, and then say, provinces, let's unblock these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to question 182. This question is a question on upgrading informal settlements. Upgrading informal settlements. This question is from Honorable Malika and is directed to the Minister of Human Settlement. Honorable Malika, no, sorry, Minister first. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The National Department of Human Settlements implemented the upgrading of informal settlements program and informal settlements upgrading partnership in terms of grants that we are providing, aimed at ensuring the provision of basic services in informal settlements. In the current financial year, there are at least 1,181 informal settlements provided with basic services by both provinces and municipalities through the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant. In the upgrading of informal settlements, an incremental approach was adopted. In the upgrading of informal settlements, as we do this work, is that services to permanent engineering services that are provided in each site. Challenges that have been experienced in upgrading of informal settlements includes capacity to plan and manage infrastructure projects, pipeline planning, social facilitation, where we find quite a number of communities not cooperating when we want to engage with them. For example, you'd have informal settlements sitting at an area where it's not supposed to. Let me take in the Western Cape situation. You have a community that is sitting in informal settlement called COVID-19. The other one is in West. Engagements was done with them to say they need to move. They refused to move until they were able to see the floods. And those are some of the challenges in terms of informal settlements. Now you are required to have social facilitators to come engage the communities. I can safely say, Chair, if you are to engage social facilitators, they will not have less than 250 meetings before you can even be able to get a go-ahead and an agreement as partnership. We have agreed to have what we call social compact in these communities, where upfront they must sign and agree to the implementation process so that when we are working down the line, they do not renegade. Informal settlements, formalization allocate addresses to informal dwellings as part of crime prevention strategy. Additional, the department is investing the program to provide shared social amenities such as early childhood development centers, community information centers, and where feasible, business incubation centers. This approach is informed by the fact that communities spend an extended period in an informal settlement during the upgrading process. And lastly, the livelihood of communities residing in informal settlements and access to economic opportunities that are dividend of the upgrading process. So the incorporation of economic opportunities as we do this work, making sure that the locals do benefit, but also understanding that our responsibility is just not behind providing a house, but ensuring that there are social amenities within those communities. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Minister. The first supplementary question will come from Honorable Malika. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, has the government considered stricter control measures against illegal occupation of residential land as part of mitigating the proliferation of unplanned settlements? If not, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Malika. As I said earlier on, we continue to be worried about illegal occupation of land and buildings, especially houses that we are building for the most vulnerable communities. What we have done in terms of law, the law actually gives municipalities the power to be able to evict when this occupation happens, especially in the land. From national, it's difficult to be able to see that a land is being occupied, illegally occupied in a particular municipality. But the local authorities are closer to the space and should be able to assist us to be able to ensure within their legal framework to evict people. And this we continue to advocate from our side as National Department, because we bear the brunt of this illegal occupation of land. We bear the brunt of this illegal occupation of buildings and all that, because we all eventually, when we want to develop, when we want to do, and we are requested to now provide support in terms of these informal settlements, which most of them originate from a point of an illegal occupation of land. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary questions come from Honorable Lamini. Honorable Lamini of the EFF. Honorable Lamini of the EFF. There doesn't to be a problem there. So we'll move on to Honorable Khadebe.
Thank you,
Honorable Khadebe.
Honorable. Thank you,
Please.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. The Integrated Urban Development Framework and the Integrated Urban Development Framework Implementation Plan identify informal settlement upgrading as a targeted priority. A key action in the Integrated Urban Development Framework Implementation Plan is to identify priority informal settlements in targeted municipalities, package development interventions, and facilitate social compacts for the upgrading of the priority informal settlements. I would like to know whether the department can provide a list of the priority informal settlements and if details of the development initiatives have been implemented in these settlements to facilitate their upgrades. If not, why not? If so, please provide details, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khadebe. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Khadebe. I think we can be able to provide, I do not have the figures now because this is a statistical question, which is following, which I did not, it's not written. I would be able to provide, I do know the round figure, as I said, for this financial year, we are targeting 1,181 informal settlements. We'll be able to provide the details to Honorable Khadeb in terms of where these informal settlements are, the figures and the areas per informal settlements to say, in this one, this is where it's located, and this is in terms of the phases of the upgrading, this is where they are. We'll be able to supplement that, Chair. I do not have that information, but it is available in the department.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Ryder, the fourth and last supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, the number of informal settlements is growing daily due to the land invasions. And I think you've covered this in your response and also to the first follow-up question. You also spoke about the law that the municipalities have, but in many instances, municipalities are actually prevented from stopping land invasions due to the PI Act, the very law that you indicated that they have. And the onerous conditions that the PI Act places on municipalities, both implicitly, but also through the interpretation of the Act by the courts. Municipalities are then faced with the prospect of either providing services to these settlements at great expense and in difficult circumstances caused by the unplanned settlement or leaving the people without services. Minister, will you support the Democratic Alliance's efforts to amend the PI Act to enable municipalities to act and to stop land invasions and then provide service delivery in a planned and structured manner? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ryder. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ryder. The first issue, I don't think that the current law does not allow for municipalities to be able to evict. One example, if you are to study, there are certain municipalities who have done well. During COVID, we saw an expanding of what we call the informal settlements. If you go and look in the city of Ekurhuleni, it was Mayor Masina then, you'd see that they've been able to curb and prevent illegal occupation of land. So the tools, they are legal framework. We just have to do it. What I disagree with the DA government in terms of the process, it's what they had to lose in court, the city of Cape Town, in the manner that has been done. This is within the framework of the UN Human Rights Commissions, and also in terms of our international statute. So whatever we do, when we deal with illegal occupation of land, or if we are to deal with evictions, they must be done in the dignity. We've committed ourselves as a country to ensuring that we protect human rights, especially in terms of how we do things. So that's why part of the problem with the proposal that is coming from DA, it is appearing inhuman. I had a conversation even with some of the colleagues internationally where we looked at what is being proposed. And because we are dealing, you remember that just recently, a few weeks ago, I had the UN director of UN Habitat in the country, and we launched the Global Action Plan in eradicating informal settlements and slum dwelling. And part of the global, especially civil society, was very vocal about protecting human rights when we do illegal eviction. If we are to do it within the framework that is required, enhance the areas where there are gaps, definitely I would support, but not currently what was done by the city of Cape Town. That led even for the Department of Human Settlement saying that we do not support in the manner that is being done. Thank you very much. Honorable Ryder knows what I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable delegates and fellow members of Parliament, the NCOP in particular, we have now come to the end of the questions to the Minister of Human Settlement. And I'm sure they will agree with me that we should thank the Honorable Minister for availing herself to answer the questions. So at this point, we will move on. We'll move on to questions directed to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. We're trying to make some arrangement that the minister, because he's traveling, is not inconvenienced wherever he is in the Northern Cape. So the first question directed at the Minister of Arts and of Sports, Arts and Culture is question 177. And question 177 is a question on audit of sports, culture and culture facilities. Audit of sports, arts and culture facilities. This question is from Honorable M.E. Nchabeleng. And this question is directed to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture as indicated. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to Honorable Nchabeleng. I just showed my video here, Chair, and I switched it off because of poor network signal. I hope that would be accepted on your side. Honorable Nchabeleng asked a very important question, and I must say that at the peak of COVID-19, every sector of society was impacted negatively upon. More so in the creative and sporting sector. The provinces have not indicated vandalism during this period. Provision and maintenance of sporting facilities, as the Honorable Member would know, is the exclusive responsibility of the province and local government, as outlined in Schedule 5, Section A and B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Minister. The first supplementary question comes from Honorable Nchabeleng. Honorable Nchabeleng.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. As you may realize, I'm connecting from a car. There's a network challenge in the village. Honorable Minister, thanks for the response to my first question. My follow-up question is has the department considered the public-private partnership model of ownership and management of some of the profitable sporting, arts and culture facilities as part of upscaling their efficiency and profitability? If there is such a program, Honorable Minister, can you share some highlights with us? Give us the relevant details. If there is no such a plan, what alternative plan do you have to make these facilities to be self-sustainable? Thank you. Thanks a lot, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Nchabeleng, and through you, Chairperson. Well, as we said, Honorable Nchabeleng, we will be led in this instance by people who are constitutionally responsible for the facilities, especially sporting facilities. I would talk more to the facilities related to arts and culture. Some of those facilities like museums, which are within the purview of the national government, that has not attracted PPPs, and as a result, they are solely and exclusively under the care of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Even though I know that some of these facilities belong to different spheres of government, but insofar as the sporting facilities, that really is the domain of local government and provincial government. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to the second supplementary question, Honorable Bacher.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for your response. But my follow-up is related to the fact that vandalism of sports facilities has been a major problem during lockdown. Breaking in clubhouses with basins ripped off the walls, roof panels torn out, and equipment stolen has been some of the results of it. In one sports complex in Kraaifontein, cables worth 300,000 were ripped off. There are many areas that have been negatively affected by such acts of vandalism and theft in different communities. Minister, have there been arrests or repercussions for those responsible for such infrastructural damages and heinous acts of theft? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bacher. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Bacher. As I said, there hasn't been any report to the department, even if it's at the point of just informing, because this is the area which really belongs to local government. It means that whatever challenges they had, they knew that they are going to be able to deal with it. And insofar as we are concerned, no such vandalism were reported, because even if they were to be reported, I think it would have been from a point of view of just informing us, just for the sake of knowing, understanding that this area is not the province of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will come from Honorable Matebula, but as Honorable Matebula takes the floor, I will now hand over to Honorable Ngwenya to chair the session. Yes.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, I heard you when you say that part of the infrastructures in municipalities is not your responsibility. And most of these infrastructures in municipality are the one who are facing a lot of challenges. I just wanted to know, as a national department, what do you do when you find such infrastructures which are neglected by the municipalities, especially in rural and townships? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Minister, can you please answer the question?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ngwenya, and thanks to Honorable Matebula. No, as we said, we can only say something in instances where we have intervened, for instance, in communities to have through the municipal infrastructure grant, having certain facilities. We can only intervene there. But remember that the ecosystem of local government has its counterparts at the national level, which is COPTA. So it definitely isn't something which the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture would be enmeshing itself in from that point of view, Honorable Member. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Then the next follow-up question is Honorable N.M. Khatebe Pungan.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister. I would like to know whether you can give details as to how the load shedding has affected the State Theatre and the facilities of the theatre, and whether you can provide details as to whether ESCOM has exempted any theatres from load shedding. If not, why not? If so, please provide details. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Minister.
Let me follow that up. It's totally a new question, Chair. Definitely not related to, but because the member has asked, we will follow up at the right time on that particular question. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Nyambos, now we are going to question 169 that have asked by Mr. M.R. Baha from DA. Question 169. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and to Honorable Baha. No staff members of my department nationally were involved in the alleged misuse of funds allocated to Winnie Mandela Museum in a place which was formerly known as Brandford, but Winnie Mandela today. No.
Honorable Baha, your follow-up question.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, the money that was allocated was allegedly misused and service providers appointed fraudulently. Now, what measures have you put in place to curb such fraudulent activities to ensure that such projects and many more are not seen as cash cows? Thank you, House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
As I said, Chair, thank you, through you, there is nothing, the department I'm leading is not involved in any way. We have no knowledge on the alleged misuse of funds, nothing whatsoever. Our interaction and in building of that particular museum, it's squeaky clean. So maybe this question belongs somewhere, but the department I'm leading and members of that department were not involved in any alleged misuse of funds whatsoever. Thank you, Chair.
The second follow-up question is coming from Ms. M.N. Gillion, ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and greetings to the Minister. Sorry, Honorable Minister, whilst we respect the constitutional principle of presumption of innocence until proven guilty by the court, we equally salute the law enforcement agencies for bringing some suspects associated with this project to book. The question is therefore, Minister, based on the lessons of this project, what is the future plans of the department, excuse me, to prevent the recurrence of this abuse? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Gillion. As I responded to the earlier question by Honorable Baha, it's going to be difficult to engage with this question. As I said, maybe the colleagues and honorable members may want to talk to the province of Free State. But at the point when my department got involved to the end, there is no misuse of funds which actually took place. And therefore, it would be a difficult one for me to answer because it's really not directed to the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, which I'm leading nationally. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Msonisha Askube Nyambos. The following follow-up question is coming from Mr. MAPD Brain, Honorable the Brain, FF Plus. Honorable the Brain.
Kuba che Kuba.
And then there's our Kuba Babumsele Kwabandas Gax. Dear Kuba. Okay, if he's back, I'll wait for the table to let me know. Siya Kuba Nyambos.
Askube.
Siya follow-up question was for that have asked by Honorable Mr. Mutsamai, EFF. Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chair. Kaleboga Minister. Minister, to date, 7 corrupt government officials have arrested for defrauding state money, which was meant for the Winnie Mandela Museum. Does the minister agree that looting of state funds is part of the culture of the ANC government, as the ruling party never seems to acknowledge its looting? I thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable.
Uyashumayela, Honorable Member. Shumayela impela. Aluke lihloniphekile. Ungashumayela nje okushumayelayo. Kodwa ke mesibuka umbuzo obuziwe. Lo mbuzo lo ukhuluma ngendaba yemali ekhwabanisiwe. Manje mikhwabanisiwe le mali le. Ngikubeke kwacaca ba ukuthi asithinteke indawo njengomnyango kazwelonke. Lena ke ayishoyo angiyazi ukuthi iphuma kuphi, kodwa ke wonke umuntu unelungelo lokubeka umbono wakhe. Engakusho nje ukuthi uhulumeni uyalwa nenkohlakalo. La ivela khona sonke isikhathi uyalwa nayo. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo.
Thanks very much, Minister. I want to check that is it Honorable the Brain back?
Honorable Chair, I will be taking Honorable De Brain's questions since he's got a challenge with connectivity. May I proceed?
Honorable Chair,
Yes,
half of the caucus is missing. Half of that caucus is missing, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, it's come to my attention that the department has requested the Masumanyala municipality to cover the cost of 2 employees and security for the museum. Since the municipality is already cash-strapped, why is it expected for them to carry the cost of employment and security for the museum when it's the department's responsibility? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
No, Honorable Member, is not department's responsibility. It's a museum in a township, and it is belonging to that particular township, the local government there, and the province. All what we did as the national department, when they couldn't build the museum, we built it. So we are not going to be asked to do more than what we did. Where we did, even if we say ourselves, we did well by intervening. We were intervening there. It belongs to that sphere of government. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Nyambo says, Siabu question Manji 178 that have asked by Honorable Tsube from Free State Province, ANC.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Honorable Member. Schedule 5, Part A and B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa lists provincial recreation and amenities, as well as provincial sport, facilities as functional areas of exclusively provincial legislative competence and local government. In 2016-2017, the then Department of Sport and Recreation started with implementation of a ring-fenced MIG funding program to local municipalities for construction and upgrading of sport and recreation facilities. This was after the department initiated the process of ring-fencing a portion of 5% earmarked for sport infrastructure in the municipal infrastructure grant. I must pause here, Chair, and say that, oh, is time over? Is my time up? Oh, no, I'm saying I must pause and make a point to honorable members that part of the challenge with sporting facilities is that that which need to be allocated to sport at the local government level get taken for other things, which people in quotes see important than sporting facilities. That is why then this move of, ring fencing this 5% to ensure that there's no misuse of this for building sport facilities. Unfortunately, this practice compromised delivery of sport facilities, especially in previously disadvantaged areas like townships and rural areas. Hence, the perpetuation of the racial inequalities and urban-rural divide. But since implementation of the ring-fence MIG program for sport facilities in 2016-2017, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture has so far managed to allocate 193 sport infrastructure, benefiting a total number of 178 local municipalities. That is over and above knowing which competence is this. And the budget spent between 2016-2017 to 2022-23 is 1.98 billion rands. All these projects are implemented in the townships and the rural areas, as this is also part of fundamental requirement of the MIG conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The follow-up question number 1 is going to ask by Honorable Nsube, ANC.
Thanks, thank you very much. Yes, thanks. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. The Minister, let me appreciate the response. But as a matter of fact, Minister, sporting, cultural, and artistic sectors have self-regulating bodies that all claim commitment toward transformation to ensure that participation reflects the demographic of this country. Are there institutional systems and structures within the department to monitor transformation in each sector? If not, why? If it's so, please, Minister, finish this session with the relevant details. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Nsube. The point we are raising is a fundamental one, a point about transformation. You would recall, Honorable Member, that the monitoring and evaluation of transformation is closely scrutinized under the banner of Eminent Persons Group. And this monitoring is premised on a two-pronged approach to transformation. One is what the Honorable Member is referring to, which is self-regulatory, but two, the one of a quota system. What happened in the past is that transformation was only monitored through a quota system. And a lot of protests and so on were raised, particularly on this. Now, this two-pronged approach also gives now the federations to do their own homework. And if you can ask me, I will tell you that this has not, yielded much fruits we would have wanted to see in terms of transformation. And as a result, some of the steps which are being taken is to try and enforce transformation here. As you know, that there is financial support federations get and so on. One of the areas of wielding the stick is the issue of withdrawing some of this. But I agree with the honorable member that self-regulatory alone has not also yielded any positive fruits. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Then the second follow-up question is going to ask by NM Hadebe, IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I would want to ask whether the department has been able to monitor the employment of local staff from the various municipalities to perform the functions in line with the upkeep of the facilities in their areas. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Khatebe. No, we have not done that, Honorable Member. We would, at all material times, try to keep on our lane as it relates to issues of the staff and so on, particularly at the local level. Where we come in handy is when we give conditions for what would have paid for. For instance, the ring-fenced municipal infrastructure grant itself, there are a lot of conditions we put there. And one of those is to ensure that when it comes to sport and sport development, there's a portion earmarked specifically for women development in sport in all major sporting codes in our country. But insofar as the employment of the staff, no, Honorable Member, we have not been party to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is going to ask by MS Moletan, EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. It's Honorable Mukause.
Okay, continue, ma'am.
Honorable Minister, do the plans which you are referring to include the reintroduction of sport in rural and township primary and high school? You would agree with me that sport has actually collapsed in those in primary school and high school, so as to tackle these challenges from an early age, where at least sports would be encouraged at that level of schooling. If so, please provide the sitting with a timeline of this particular
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Mukau. Chair, the Honorable Member is asking a very fundamental question. School sport. Because school sport is the bedrock for sport development in this country. It's supposed to be this feeder to national federations. So if school sport is not operating maximally, then you get the kind of outcomes which you would have noticed in some of the national federations of sport. So it's a very important point. It's because of this that the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, together with the Department of Basic Education, agreed on the memorandum of understanding to ensure that school sport is revived in schools and is working. As we speak, school sport is taking place in the country. And I would agree with the member again that perhaps not at the level where we would be proud of, but we see some pockets of excellence. For instance, this week, the under 16 from this process distinguished themselves, both boys and girls. Itindale Technical High School, for instance, in the township, one township in KwaZulu-Natal, Mkungundlovu, has excelled to the level of the continent. So they are now under FIFA. They will be playing the continental competition. I'm just citing this as one example that even in townships, you will have those excellence. But when it comes to school sport, where things have been happening is 10% of within the schooling system. And that has been happening at the highest level. This is your former private schools and former Model C schools and so on. And what the emphasis which we are making now to say, let's be deliberate about this, particularly in township schools and villages. That's why we have the sport ambassadors to complement what is there, because what is there currently has not reached the level where we want to see, where there's a beehive of activity in our schools. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable DC Christians, DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, historically, white and urban areas had better sport facilities and resources. However, 28 years down the line, many unfinished, inferior and dilapidated sports facilities are still to be found across the country, despite your department having allocated millions of rands and tenders to the improvement of these facilities. Many of those projects, Minister, you mentioned earlier, are not completed or are completed below specification. Why do tenders continue to be allocated to cadres who are unable to complete construction of sporting facilities? And what is your department doing to rectify these processes? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Nyambose.
Well, Honorable Chair and Honorable Christian, thank you for the question. The infrastructure where the department has been complementing what is a constitutional responsibility of the local sphere of government. Those facilities have been kept, and I've mentioned their numbers here across the country, and they've been kept well. And when we, hand them over to communities, one of the things we raise is the fact that they should be, taken care of, which is happening. The broader area of facilities, you would be surprised, Honorable Member, that the local government itself has been able to build good facilities, sporting facilities, over and above what you are saying in some instances where you have inferior, levels of sporting facilities in our communities. So I think that the more consciousness we are deepening in society, particularly in local government, that sport is important, is public good, which need to be focused on and not seen as an add-on. Part of the problem is this culture of thinking that the areas sport, arts and culture is just an add-on, and people not understanding the importance of this space, that it is in this space more than anywhere else where you'll successfully forge social cohesion in our society, where you'll forge a nation. So therefore, undermining and looking down upon facilities which are aimed at uniting our people is not beneficial for anybody. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Nyambose, siyaku question 162 that have asked by Honorable Dlamini Mpumalanga, EFF.
Well, thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And thanks to Honorable Dlamini. To answer him, the department disbursed relief funds over 2 financial years to bring relief to the creatives, given the challenge brought about by a COVID-19 pandemic. The department is not aware of any pending payments for that intervention. 59,793 individuals benefited in the 3 phases of the relief funding. More than 30,000 people's jobs were secured during that period. A total of 1,061 enterprises benefited. A total of 804.6 million rands directly benefited creatives and athletes. I'm saying, Chair, boldly so, that I know that we didn't reach everybody, but this is no small measure in ensuring and showing that this government cares for its athletes, for its creatives. You know, contrary to the unpopular belief that government is doing nothing for this sector, a lot is being done. As I speak now, the department through its agencies is dispensing the 3rd phase of PASP to both creatives and athletes in this country. So I think, Chair, we can safely say that this government cares, and it's not a slogan. People will talk out of ignorance, not knowing what government is doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable Dlamini, EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. It's Honorable Mokause.
Okay.
Minister, is the department working on ways to archive work done by the local artists? And where can this be accessed by the public if there is work archived? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
I'm sorry, Chair. Perhaps I would really plead with the Honorable Member on the question again, if she can repeat herself, because I had its archives, but I didn't get well. Thanks.
Okay. Honorable Mkausa, can you please repeat your question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, is the department working on ways to archive work done by local artists? If there is work archived, where can we access this as public? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Oh, no, I hear now, Chair, even though it's a new question. But let me respond this way to the Honorable Member. We are engaging artists from different domains, be they in performing arts, be they in the area of arts and craft, and so on and so forth. Firstly, with performing arts, we get into the space of music, for instance, and meet different genres of music and leaders thereof, with an aim of emphasizing this point the member is raising of archiving and keeping records for different what you call genres. To date, we have met with the leadership from reggae, from traditional music, from hip hop, and so on and so forth. And the results thereof is that already we have built a museum and opened it early this year of hip hop. And we will be doing same with other genres. But when it comes to areas of arts and craft, for instance, we direct our artists to the art bank, which is located in the Free State, Oliven Ace. This is where we encourage all the artists that they don't have to use their garages for their artwork or the boots of their cars. They just have to approach the art bank and be able to display their artwork there, so that those who want to purchase them, those who want to loan them, and so on. And it has worked because many artists are benefiting out of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Christian, DA. Honorable Christian.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, the truth is that your department have let down the artists in this country. At the beginning of this year, artists were still waiting for payments, and some have lost their livelihoods as well as their homes. The problem is obviously administrative as well as lack of caring. What mechanisms have you put in place to ensure the third phase of relief funding is received timeously by artists? And how will you ensure that your systems do not fail the sports, arts, and culture industry again? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Christian. Honorable Christian, you are displaying a lack of grasp of what has happened. In fact, you attempted to be part of the narrative, which has no truth in it. I've just shared with you the extent to which we have gone as the department to ensure that we ease the pain and relieve the burden amongst artists and athletes during this very difficult time. I would challenge you when you say there's somebody who could have done better than what we've done, given the resources which we have. Coming closer to R1 billion just for relief, is no small measure. Securing and protecting job losses in the sector is no small measure. People who would have benefited, including their organizations and enterprises. You can't say that's a small measure. There would be hiccups in any situation where you have to disperse funds for a number of reasons. You have to ensure that this person who's supposed to benefit is not benefiting in other government, grants and so on and so forth. It's a lot of things which is involved here. But in the final analysis, the department has been very concerned with the livelihood of the artists and athletes, and to the extent of what we have at our disposal, we did our best. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable Tiprain, FF+.
Honorable Chair, the Toy will handle this question. Thank you. Honorable Minister, referring to the COVID-19 relief grant payments, you mentioned how many people benefited from funds that were paid out. Were any of the availed funds lost due to theft and losses or payments to unqualifying beneficiaries? And if any grant monies were actually lost on account of the above, which measurements are in place to recover the said monies and how will officials be held accountable? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member, Honourable Minister.
Well, Honourable Member, thank you very much, Chair, and Honourable Member De Bruin. This lie, Honourable Member, was peddled, is part of information peddling, was peddled so much during the period of COVID-19, of money theft, 300 million disappear. How can 300 million disappear? And you don't know where it is. No, the money went into the pockets of the artists and athletes. That's where the money is, if it's still there. That's where it went. And if Honourable Member could have taken time just to look at the outcome of the process we put in place of forensic investigation, the member would be knowing by now that there was no money which was stolen. Nobody stole money. Money went to the pockets of the artists and athletes. What would have happened is that the people who were there, who were the officials, for instance, of National Arts Council, allocated funds, over-allocated funds to people who were applying. That was the scene which happened. And when the new board came and corrected that, people got their money. This 804.6 million rands I'm talking about, it didn't disappear in thin air. It is in the pockets of artists and athletes. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honourable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is going to ask by Honourable Ndongeni, ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, what is the position with regards to the dependents of the artists who unfortunately passed on during the COVID-19 pandemic whilst awaiting their relief grants? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Honourable Ndongeni. No, Honourable Member, nobody was guaranteed anything. Not a single person. People applied, and their applications were looked into, and those who were supposed or who made it through the applications got their money, and those who did not qualify for this or that reason did not get their money. So there was nobody and no one was geared towards getting something. It was a matter of application. Now, application, it's either it succeeds or not succeed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honourable Minister. Siyaqhuba, Honourable Minister. Siyamanje question 171 that have asked by Honourable Baha, DA from Gauteng Province.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Member Baha. Excuse me, there's significant progress made regarding the preparations for Netball World Cup 2023. The following is progress on key delivery areas. One, the Netball World Cup board has been set up and incorporated in terms of the Companies Act. The local organizing committee headed by the tournament director is in place, and other key human resource appointments have been effected at an operational level. The venue, the Cape Town International Convention Center, has been secured and seating layout plans have been finalized. Training venues have been identified. Accommodation and transport plans for teams have been confirmed. Accreditation and security plans are progressing well with the assistance of State Security Agency and South African Police Service. Walkabout with city services and provincial EMS has been concluded. The first net joints presentation was done to relevant role players. A marketing agency has been appointed and is finalizing the following plans: international, domestic, and public relations plan. The official Netball World Cup logo was unveiled in June 2021. The official ball has been revealed and named Khanya in July 2022. Official mascot Uletsatsi was launched at Africa Regional Qualifiers in Pretoria in September 2022. The timing, scoring, and result system has been procured and evaluated, including the umpire alert system. Local technical officials have been trained through Champions data capture system in preparation for the World Cup. The first tier broadcast sponsors have been secured. World Netball has sent applications of qualified countries for commitment to participate in the event. Players' agreements have been circulated to teams by World Netball for commitment to this event. Once all the teams have confirmed with the World Netball, then South Africa will start communicating with the teams on operational matters. The draw will take place on the 30th of November. The first phase of ticket sales will go on sale in December 2022, which will be the hospitality and tour packages. Netball South Africa series in January 2023, where South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and England would be contesting, has been confirmed as a dry run for World Cup. Trophy tour is confirmed to begin in KwaZulu-Natal in May 2023. The plan is in place to tour selected provinces. Pricing and ticketing has been discussed and finalized with World Netball 2023 board. Chair, we, in addition, have ensured that part of the campaign, which is Netball Friday, everybody is given T-shirts. Members of Parliament were given T-shirts, and I hope all of us are still wearing our T-shirts of Net on Friday, starting with the chair. I hope she is wearing hers every Friday as part of Netball Friday. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is going to ask by Mr. Honorable Baha.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, not all of us have seen the T-shirts, let alone wearing them. So we don't have, so we can't wear them. But Minister, thank you for the Minister, thank you for the information and update. Obviously, that's an indication that we have not had that information in this house. But Minister, just my one question is, has your department forged any kind of partnerships with other government departments to promote local cultural events for international audiences to showcase diversity of the country during the Netball World Cup? If yes, which initiatives have been targeted for showcasing? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thanks, Chair. I must check what the Honorable Member is saying, because my information was that all members of Parliament were provided with the T-shirts. I must double check that. But the Honorable Member is asking an important question. What I didn't mention.
Chairperson, on a point of order. Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Member, what is the point of order?
I don't know the T-shirt, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson.
No, Honorable Members.
Can I just, on a point of order, may I go ahead?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Chairperson, I think it's important that since you are chairing this meeting now, that you take it upon yourself to make sure which member got that tender or got the responsibility to make sure T-shirts are there? Because obviously somebody chowed another tender.
Honorable member, that's not point of order. Can you please continue, Honorable Mteto?
Well, as I say, Chair, I would have to be, told a different story, but I understand that all members of parliament got T-shirts for the World Cup. The honorable member has said he didn't. I must check this, Chair. But he asked an important question of what needs to be done. What I didn't mention is that Cabinet discussed this matter, has been seized with it since we were bidding to host some 4 or 5 years ago. Post that, winning the bid, Cabinet has put in place, set up an interministerial committee, which meets regularly to look at and check and monitor progress on the preparations for Netball World Cup. I must say, Chair, that this is a historic event because it's happening, taking place in South Africa for the first time on the African continent, and since its inception in 1963. So it definitely has to be a perfect showpiece showing the world what we can do. And these different portfolios are coming up with a lot of suggestions, Honorable Member, including tourist attraction areas and many other from different departments and portfolios. And it's a point which is being taken up by government to ensure that people, when they land here in South Africa, they are able to be exposed to other parts of the country, not only in Western Cape, in Cape Town, even though the tournament would be in Cape Town. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Nyambose. The second follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable Mutsamai, EFF. Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mutsamai.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mukause.
Thank you. May I take the question?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Honorable Minister, considering the high youth unemployment rate in this country, which measures have been put in place to specifically include the youth in any employment opportunities over the duration of this World Cup? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister. Nyambos.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think first we must understand the event itself. It's an event which is going to be in an enclosed space, which is Cape Town CICTT. And because it's going to be there, whatever would be happening would be around that process, would be around the precinct themselves. The level of employment which will happen there is going to be minimal, Chair. It's not going to be a massive, like we would have seen during the World Cup or FIFA World Cup, where we would move from one province to the next, move from one stadium to the next, as it were. So people would be confined in Cape Town, in the convention center there, in Cape Town. And it's those people who would be around there who would actually benefit, because you are not going to have a lot of other people except those who would be guiding tourists and so on, would be able to be benefiting. But I don't think that the scale of this and the nature of this tournament is compared to other tournaments which are big in nature and involve a lot of people, because even people who would be there is a very small number compared to the stadia we have for football. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable Hadebe, IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I would want to know whether the Minister can be able to provide an update on the efforts between the Department and Netball South Africa with regards to keeping sports safe and clean, especially when it comes to matters like doping, in light of the preparations for the 2023 Netball World Cup. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Hadebe. Pungani. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Honorable Hadebe. That point is always the anti-doping. As part of the World Anti-Doping Association South Africa and our own South African anti-doping body is something which all the time is being followed up, especially when it's going to be big national and international events like the one which is going to be taking place. But generally, even the education SAIDS, which is the South African chapter of Anti-Doping Association, is very much on the ball insofar as this is concerned, particularly from the conscientization and education of our athletes. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable Gillian, ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I've listened to your answer to the question of Honorable Makauzi, and also taking into account that it won't be such a big event as Soccer World Cup 2010. But my question on this was, or is, regarding your policy interventions for the Netball World Cup, how will you ensure that increased empowerment of local communities, especially women, youth, and people living with disabilities, will benefit out of this event, Minister? Learning out of the lessons from the 2010 World Cup. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gillian, through you, Chair. Well, Honorable Member, you would recall that even with FIFA World Cup, these world bodies are the ones who actually lead, particularly in what you would say benefit or are the benefits. I'm talking real benefits here of tournaments. But on your question, the answer would really be similar to what I have shared with Honorable Makause, that you will have a situation where, as much as possible, the local organizing committee would be pushing all of these things which are important to us, including tourism, including generally employment in other sectors where possible during this tournament, But as I said, this is not going to be a massive thing. If you understand the Cape Town Convention Center, its size and so on, but perhaps revenue would come through other means, like those who would be subscribing on broadcasting of the tournament itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Siyakuba Nyambos. Sugu question 179 that have asked by Honorable Inkosi, Mpumalanga, province enhle kakhulu. 179 Nyambos.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Nkosi. Yes, the department has the mechanism to ensure that young girls from the disadvantaged backgrounds who have the potential to become great sports, arts, and culture stars receive the necessary support. Excuse me. The department's financial support to the big four federations, that is cricket, football, netball, and rugby, is solely for girls. That's women's program. The department also ensures that the business plans submitted by national federations for annual grant funding reflects programs for girls or women. And in addition, the programs directly implemented by the department, such as school sport, ensures that there is minimum 50% participation of girls. In most instances, the participation of girls is more than that of boys. The school sport program is one good example of how the department's interventions are benefiting the girls. The approach is that in all codes, for every boys team, there must be a girls team during national championships. This means that intra and inter-school leagues in the requisite 1 to 3 schools, which are rural and township schools, participate as various teams and are selected to represent their circuits, districts, and ultimately the National School Sport Championships. The platform of the championships ensures that excelling young girls are also exposed to talent scouts and selectors from participating federations. Talented learners are identified and supported through the academies of sports in the provinces to further develop and manage talent. As part of National School Sport Championship, there are qualifiers for CAF Pan-African Schools Football Championships, which is in its second year and under the auspices of FIFA, where under 15 boys and girls winning schools represent South Africa. As I said earlier on, Chair, Edendale High School from Pietermaritzburg, KZN, won the under 15 girls title and will be representing South Africa for the second time in a row at the CAF Pan-African School Championships later this year. In addition, Women in Boxing program is one of the programs that aims to focus on the needs and development of talent and leadership of women in boxing, to further ensure that women of all ages, especially from disadvantaged backgrounds that have potential to be great, have opportunities, and to address the inequality in sport participation. The department is formulating the Women in Sport policy. In fact, that policy has gone through all the federations, has gone through the provinces, is now within government technical processes, and is soon going to be passed by government. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable Nkosi, ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your response to my question. In the light of shared responsibilities of sports arts, and culture between the three spheres of government? Is there an integrated national plan to mobilize the support of the three spheres as part of upscaling government support towards young girls who are aspirant artists, sports, and cultural professionals? If not, why not? If yes, what are the relevant details? Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Nkosi. Well, as we said, Honorable Member, I think Mukaose did ask this question earlier on. And we did say that school sport is the bedrock for successful sport development in the country. And the three spheres of government collaborate in ensuring that this bedrock is really nurtured to ensure that it produces good results as we move forward. So for us, it's important and it has shown that our cooperation at all levels is paying dividends. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister.
Hey, what's the time now? Sorry.
Yes,
I'm
Honorable
sorry,
Minister.
Chair. I'm sorry, Chair.
Are you done?
Yes, Chair. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
He's worried about the time.
The follow-up question number 2 is going to ask by Honorable M. Dlamini from EFF.
House Chairperson.
Yes, Mukause.
It's going to be taken by me. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, young talented children from rural municipalities often encounter exploitation of talent and are forced to move closer to metropolitan areas in order to gain access to bigger opportunities, which recent measures of intervention has the minister taken in bridging the gap of access between young and upcoming sports stars and artists? And which steps has the minister taken to ensure that those artists have access to basic documentation such as payslip so that to prove employment and qualify for buying their intended goods? As it is also for this reason that they are not even registered with the Department of Labor for UIF deduction. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Honorable Mukause. As we said, Chair, the municipal infrastructure grant, which we insisted that it be ring-fenced, is mainly aimed at ensuring that sport prospers, particularly in rural areas. You'll notice, Chair, that this grant is only directed to district municipalities, not to metros, precisely for the reason the Honorable Member has raised. And also the targeted approach of the school sport itself is aimed at getting that very talent, raw talent, in our communities through school sport, as it were. The issue about the plight of the creatives, Chair, I must say that what the Honorable Member is raising is correct. It talks to the less regulatory environment of the creatives. That is why, Chair, we pin our hopes on you as National Council of Provinces to really look into this process of passing both the copyright amendment bill and the performance protection bill, because these talk to the regulation of the industry itself. It talks to issues of royalties. It talks to collecting agencies and so on. But also it goes to the heart of actually protecting the creatives and their work, because what we have today in the country is a gap to fill that. So that is why it will always be seen to be lagging behind, the industry lagging behind. And remember that it's a sector which has multifaceted points of entry. These bills, for instance, the principal department for them is the DTIC, but we have an interest as Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Communications is also part of it. So I would urge, Chair, that let's really look into these two very fundamental bills, which are supposed to be responding to all what the creatives have gone through in this country for a long time. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The follow-up, the third follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable de Bruin.
Honorable Chair, as indicated earlier, Honorable de Tooy will be handling all Honorable de Bruin's questions. If I can proceed.
Yes,
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, referring to the support for disadvantaged individuals, does the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture benefit from the National Lotteries Fund? If so, how much per year, and how much of these allocated to the promotion and development of disadvantaged individuals, and how much is lost due to corruption and maladministration of projects such as the Limpopo Stadium, where only 598,000 Rand of an 11 million Rand grant to build a stadium was spent for the intended purpose? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Well, Chair, the specific matter, I wouldn't be able to venture into it. But I must say that the government has been, including working with other stakeholders, been ensuring that which need to go to communities do go to communities. If you look at football, for instance, in this country, PSL, every team or any team who wins the league is given an opportunity to choose a community, a school of their choice to, deliver the sporting facility there. And this is one program we've been working with Nedbank in the public-private partnership together with the teams which would have won at that particular level. So I think that there is a lot of positive will out there to want to see people, particularly from disadvantaged communities, prospering. We still would want to get more from the corporate citizen to be on board, like the Nedbank is on board. Would need more to come and work with government. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable Christian from TA. Honorable Christian.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, women are underrepresented in all sports in the country. An example is at professional levels where the nation's main sports, such as cricket, rugby, and football, have yet to consider establishing domestic leagues for women. This is in marked contrast to England and Australia, where rugby and football administrators have set up professional leagues for women. Data on the number of women and girls participating in sport are also not readily available from your department, despite the requirement that all sport bodies submit membership statistics to the Department of Sport. Nor has the department set out detailed plans on how it intends to ensure equal opportunity in sport for women. Female athletes need more funding, media coverage, and opportunities in order to be on equal footing with their male counterparts. Now, Minister, what policies and processes does your department have in place to ensure that adequate media coverage, funding, and opportunities are made available to young girls in the country? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Member. No, what the member is saying is not entirely true. If the member has been following development in sport, the member would know that there is something called Hollywood Bets League for women football. The department, together with SAFA, started this process in 2019. The league is growing to ensure that women participate in the league. Honorable Member, you know, part of the reason why other sport codes would be ahead of some is primarily the sponsorship. In the absence of sponsorship, it becomes difficult. Let me make an example. If you look at Banyana Banyana, would be, supported financially by Sasol over years, but other corporate players are not coming to the party, and that would be in contrast to men's sport codes, as it were. So the issue of professional leagues is important. That is why we are investing in it, so that we're able to produce and reproduce this huge talent we have here in the country. On the issue of the media, again, Chair, it's a question of exposure. The kind of products which we are aiming at is the bankable products of sport, women's sport, so that they are also able to attract a lot of people who support it and so on. The equal opportunities generally, it's what I was referring to earlier on when I said that we have crisscrossed this country. We have engaged with all the federations in ensuring that we pass the policy, Women in Sport policy. And this policy is aimed at leveling the playing field of women in sport. They get opportunities like their male counterparts, because in the absence of that, we'll find women always lagging behind. So for us, our intervention, be it from the point of view of training, of administration, even of salaries, it's what this policy is talking about, that let's move towards that line of gender parity across the board, particularly on sport. So those things, Chair, are programs which are being implemented as we move forward to ensure that at the end of the day, women are actually successful. The future of sport, Chair, I may say, is women in sport. And we've seen with, take Banyana Banyana, for instance. Most of the players of Banyana Banyana play in big leagues in Europe, in the Americas, and so on. because their talent has been spotted beyond the national borders of South Africa, and therefore it's easy for the best of the teams in the world to take them as theirs. And that helps us as a country because it talks to social progress of women in sport and also attracting other young women and girls to say there is a place in sport as women. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Nyambose. Honorable members, we will now come to an end of our questions from the Minister of Sports, Art and Culture. And also I'd like you to thank the Minister of Sports, Art and Culture for availing himself to this house of NCOP. Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Nyambose. Honorable members, we continue with our question on the Minister of Water and Sanitation. But honorable members, allow me to hand over to Honorable J. Nyambi to start from question 183 that have asked by Honorable Sheikh from Limpopo. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet honorable members in the August House. Yes, our department is making progress in upgrading the country's bulk water resource infrastructure to cope with the demand of water. The Department of Water and Sanitation is in a process of planning and implementing a range of major projects to augment the national bulk water resource infrastructure and is in a process of establishing the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency to finance and the large-scale investment in the national water resource infrastructure that are required to ensure that South Africa has sufficient bulk water supply now and into the future. This will ensure that the challenge with the municipal water and sanitation services delivery are not exacerbated by a shortage of bulk water, as has happened in the cities such as Cape Town and Nelson Mandela Bay, amongst others. Chairperson, let me indicate that the department is funding bulk water infrastructure through the Regional Bulk Water Infrastructure Grant. Our big facilities achievement of target for access of bulk water and sanitation through successful execution and implementation of the bulk water project of the regional significance. There are several key projects which actually are being implemented. The Vaal River System project is but one, which actually is being augmented by the expansion of the Lesotho Highland Water Project with phase 2 being currently implemented. This will assist in making sure that Gauteng Metro, as well as agriculture in the Lower Vaal, get sufficient water. eThekwini Metro will also benefit from Unkoma's water project, as well as the the raising of the Hazelmere Dam. We're talking about here Polokwane, which is amongst other, where the Olifants River water resource development is one of those projects which are being implemented. While, Chairperson, we are expecting and anticipating that there will be some rainfall which will assist us in the Nelson Mandela Bay, the department is also planning the balancing dam in the Sunday and Fish River transfer schemes, which actually we believe that from the Orange River it will be able to assist us in making sure that there is water security in the Nelson Mandela Bay. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much, DM. Thanks, House Chairperson Mengwenya. The first follow-up question will be from Honorable Sheikh. Honorable Sheikh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much to the Deputy Minister for the in-depth response with regard to the upgrading of bulk water resources. Deputy Minister, given the fact that the capabilities, both in terms of financial and technical resources, are uneven between rural and urban municipalities, is there any plan to assist the low-income and rural maintenance of the bulk water resources infrastructure? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. Let me indicate that we've got 2 grants in the department, Regional Bulk Water and WISIC, which actually are the grants that we make sure that as there are challenges in particular of the rural municipalities, we assist in refurbishing and in the rehabilitation of bulk water resources in those challenged municipalities. I need to indicate, Honorable Sheikh, that of course, these municipalities, it is never enough that we are giving to them, but as a department, we're also working with the water services in most of the provinces, water services authorities, so that we can be able to make sure that we help particularly in maintenance, we help particularly in monitoring and operation of their schemes. And we believe that, honorable members, as we do that, it is in the interest of making sure that economic and social issues in the rural communities are being addressed. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Okam. Honorable Okam.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, we have seen water supply breakdowns in Gauteng, Nelson Mandela Bay, recently in Gamagara, and in so many other provinces and municipalities in South Africa. Your department blames the water boards and the municipalities. The water boards and the municipalities blame your department. Ultimately, the buck stops with you and the minister. The responsibility vests with you. What is the first practical steps that your department will be taking to ensure that bulk water supply capacity keeps pace with the increased demand? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I need to indicate that since the advent of Minister Mkhunu, what we have done as a department was we looked at the operations, how they have been, and said that it is no longer going to be that situation where we look at bulk infrastructure and water services infrastructure, and we look at these grants as being operationalized by the national department. We are working very close with the water boards to make sure that the capacity that they are having, the money that they are having, should be able to assist where the intervention is required. But we're also working with the Water Services Authority throughout the country to make sure that interventions that we're making are not interventions that will be at high level, but if I'll give an example that we're working very close with Mupani district, we're working very close with Vembe district to make sure that the challenges that have been there of project being incomplete, of project not delivering water where they're supposed to, water is supposed to go. We work with this and also whether it's in Gauteng, whether it's in Nelson Mandela, I can indicate that the minister has been in Nelson Mandela when there was a projection of day zero in Nelson Mandela, making sure the Mpofu Dam, making sure that all the dams in that particular area, we work in such a way that there will never be day zero. Even had to go to an extent of getting those who are working on day zero from Cape Town to come and assist in the Nelson Mandela Bay. So therefore, I would want to indicate that there is no longer a situation where there is silo operations in the department, and we want to make sure that most of the municipalities, with the work and the assistance of the board, we work in such a way that there are strategic people who get appointed who can be able to work with the municipalities, with the board, to can be able to deliver services, and in particular in the rural areas.
Thank you,
Chairperson.
Honorable. Thank you, Honorable TM. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Matebula. Honorable Matebula.
Nakensa, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, van va Gyan va tenim jela kuna shish avana mat. So ntataka initial question. Is there any sufficient capacity within the departments to fix leaking pipes, especially in rural municipalities? Because most of the challenges in these municipalities is leaking pipes, which municipality delay in fixing. Is there any plans that you have to assist to make sure that when the resident report leaking pipes, it fixed on time? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable TM.
Inkomom Chabiseki Make Matebula. Let me indicate, Chairperson, that I have already said that we're working with the boards, we're working with the Water Services Authority, and therefore, when we know that there are leaking pipes and we know that in a particular municipality like Giyani, there is 40% of water that is lost, the department working with the water boards, we really work very hard to make sure that there are those leaking pipes are being once reported. The municipality, together with the boards, together with the department, we make sure that those leaking pipes are being fixed. But I also need to indicate that there are several municipalities that have projects of making sure that, because this is non-revenue water, Honorable, we make sure that municipalities are able to recover the little that is leaking. There are other municipalities that actually have got leaking pipes to the tune of 60% of the water that is not going to the municipality, but the municipality paying for this water. So therefore, working together with the municipalities, we always make sure that as we work with them, we also capacitate them, because there has been challenges of lack of capacity, particularly in the Water Services Authority municipality, and therefore, when we capacitate the municipality, we know that we will not be able to come back again and look at the challenges that have been found in this municipality. Thank you, Chabisekina Kens.
Thank you. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Hatebe.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister. Considering that rural areas have been at a huge disadvantage when it comes to accessing water, and worn-down water resource infrastructure. What specific measures is the department taking in ensuring that the upgrading of water resource infrastructure in urban areas is not at its expense, and rather also advancing the rural communities to access water? Thank you.
Thank you, Rohatebe. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me indicate to the honorable member that in the rural areas were highly challenged, but there is a program that the department is embarking upon on making sure that where there are no surface water, there are boreholes which are being done in the rural areas. There are honorable members, we make sure that there are reservoirs where we can be able to have this water reserved so that the rural areas can be able to get sufficient water. But I need to indicate that the road for all of us to can be able to have water, it's a long road, but we want to also indicate that the demand throughout the Republic is massive, and therefore we work very, very close, even including the private sector, to can be able to work towards our communities as they are yearning for water, which is a right enshrined in the Constitution. We are able to work in such a way that little by little, our people are able to access water, but the demand is massive. I need to indicate, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable DM, we now come to question 174, asked by Honorable Fesser. Honorable DM, 174. Unmute DM.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. Some of us were born before this.
No, we can hear you now. We are fine.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, thank you. Let me thank the honorable member for having raised this question and indicate that the process of establishing water services improvement program by the department has got several key elements. One of the elements which actually comes from the Water Services Act is that the department update more and more comprehensive national norms and standards. And we believe that for the water services authorities, drawing on the existing monitoring information, including from the DROP report, working with the National Treasury and COCTA reports, no new or additional requirements is necessary for us to can be able to add on to the municipalities. The other is the department will be publishing national dashboard, which actually will be able to extend the norms and standard of water services. And we also believe that we will develop the rolling regional support and intervention plans based on the evidence of the regulatory dashboard by its regional office and in consultation with the provincial regional offices, the provincial government, municipalities, and in particular now, we're talking of the district development model. When we work with this institution, definitely as the department, we will be able to go a long way. And I believe the other one is the support and intervention plan, as from time to time we're drawing, working with a variety of institutions including our water boards and private sector, are some of the things that we will be able to put forward to our communities. But I also need to indicate that the department is working very hard, fulfilling its regulatory function with regard to water and sanitation services. And the following are some of the things that we have put in place: the blue drop, the green drop, and no drop incentive based on the regulations processes described earlier on as I was talking. This assessment and compliance system that have been put in place and the standard issued by the department will assist in terms of the Water Services Act. We're also monitoring compliance with water use entitlement through audits. This includes issuing directives, criminal enforcement where there's a need, and civil action where there is immediate threat of human life, where there's immediate threat of properties and the environment that can be damaged. Chairperson, I need to indicate that in terms of the Water Services Act, municipalities are required to obtain authorization for the abstraction of water and the discharge of waste, and must comply with the condition of such authorization. In terms of the Water Services Act, performance is monitored based on the use of resources, effective management of water and wastewater networks, financial sustainability, and municipal capacity and planning compliance. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. The first follow-up question will be Honorable Sileko, who will be standing in for Honorable Fester. Honorable Sileko.
Thank you, Honorable Joman, for the opportunity. Honorable DM, good afternoon. Since the National Water Resource Strategy is binding on all authorities and institutions exercising powers or performing duties under this Act, why are some municipalities, industries, and mines allowed then to decant their toxic effluent into our streams, rivers, lakes, and dams, threatening the health of our nation and failing to protect our freshwater ecosystems? Thank you very much, dear.
Thank you. Honorable TM.
Thank you very much, Honorable, and thanks for the question. Let me indicate that in my response, I have indicated to your good self, Honorable Member, that part of the things that we're doing as a department is to make sure that where the law has been broken, we institute, including calling in the South African Police Services to can be able to make intervention. And these are the things that we believe that we want to live up to the ideals of the Constitution, and in particular, making sure that lives are protected, in particular, making sure that the environment is also protected. And therefore, where we found the municipalities or the mines or any other person having erred, we always make sure that we institute, as per the Act, what is required for us to can be able to protect, as I have already indicated. And I believe that we take this as our responsibility, but we also want to include the communities so that they can be able to also be part of us to protect everything that is around us, because the impact not only affects the health, it affects our socio-economic standing as a country. And therefore, that is why it is very important that we deal with these challenges as we work with the communities. But of strategic importance, Honorable Member, is that we must hold our hands together and have educational campaigns which will be able to assist our communities to know and have knowledge that in the eventuality, there is effluence that goes into the river. Not only does it impact on the environment or livelihood, it impacts on a number of things. And that you have seen in KZN a situation where now we're talking of the effluents that are going into the sea, and that impacts not only onto the Department of Water and Sanitation. We're talking here about fauna and flora in the sea. We're talking about the tourism that we can. We know that the more tourists come into the country, the better we become in terms of dealing with joblessness, poverty, and unemployment. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Malika. Honorable Malika.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you very much for your spot-on response to this question. I want to check, is there any plan to reconfigure the current financing policy for the municipal water infrastructure supply and maintenance to ensure the assistance to low-income municipalities? If not, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malika. Honorable DM.
Thank you, Honorable Malika, and thank you for this informative question. The department, working with the National Treasury, we are busy on updating water services records and framework, and we are also working with the Water Services Authority to make sure that water services plans are there, but of strategic importance is that we align the services with the legislation within the framework where we are operating, because that is very, very crucial for the interventions that we are making. And the department has requested the Department of Treasury to consider including this as one of the requirements. And we are requesting Treasury also to say we need at least, if they can be able to have 5% of the RBIC and WISIC and MIG grants to be used for the maintenance in particular in the municipalities, for the operations in the municipalities, and make sure that as we're doing that, it's not about water only, but we make sure that water and sanitation infrastructure gets considered as we're dealing with investment and improvement, refurbishing of the infrastructure in our municipalities. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The third follow-up is from Honorable DeBrain.
Honorable Chair, I will be taking that question.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Minister, part of the National Water Resource Strategy is improving raw water quality. Now, in the Free State, for example, there is not a single wastewater treatment plant facility that's 100% functional. In most cases, they are completely dysfunctional, and it's a major contributor to the pollution of rivers and streams that we are dependent on for our fresh water supply. You mentioned in your answer, Deputy Minister, to a previous member that your department assists when municipalities have erred. When will we see tangible intervention from your department in the Free State and the Northwest provinces, since municipalities err and pollute on a continuous basis? And how will the pollution of fresh water resources from municipalities be addressed as a part of this National Water Resource Strategy? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Detroit. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Detroit. Let me indicate to your good self that there are several interventions, and in particular in the province of Free State, where in Machabeng municipality and other municipalities where there has been challenges, particularly of sanitation and water, that we are working very close to those municipalities, to those water services authority. And in particular, I would indicate that the office of the Premier in Free State is working very close to us so that we can be able to deal with the challenges. And for sure, Honorable Member, you are aware that my colleague, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, is hard at work in Kopanong municipality, where there was a tragedy of the dam that has really polluted the area. But addressing the pollution is part of the work that we're doing with a number of municipalities. It definitely will not be something that you would say, I came in, I addressed the pollution, and this is okay. Remember, we are in several provinces. In Mpumalanga, we are in Hertsibande district, where there are challenges of pollution, which actually pollutes the Val River as it goes downstream. In Gauteng, we are in Tshwane municipality. The Rooival is one of those challenges that we are looking at, and the department is also repairing and dealing with the challenges of vandalism of the assets in many of these municipalities. And therefore, a plea will be to our communities that as we are working, let's preserve what government has really done in our communities so that we can be able to work towards bettering the lives of our people. But also, Honorable Member, what becomes very important, like I indicated earlier on, it's not only us having to address the pollution, but it is us having to educate our communities to say the most important thing that we should be able to do is to work together. I need to indicate, Honorable Member, and hasten to say, in some communities where I went, we've got our churches that uses our river, and they were complaining that the rivers are polluted and therefore they cannot be able to finalize or do the church rituals as is expected of them. And I can quote so many things that we come across when we go to the communities. And these are the things that work together, we can be able to deal with the challenges, because in one of the areas, as we're dealing with the challenges, you get children's diapers thrown in the river, you get bottles thrown in the river, and so many other things. And therefore, it becomes very important that for us, as we work, we should be able to make sure that it is important to remember that we need to supply our communities with water that is clean. We should be able to work together with our communities to ensure that there are sustainable resources. And in this particular, our rivers should not be contaminated. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Lihihi. Honorable Lihihi.
House Chairperson, it's Mukause.
Okay, Honorable Mukause, you can take the question.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, it has become a norm across all provinces for our people to go for days, weeks, and some months and years without a single drop of water coming from their taps. With Sidibeng, with Ditsobotla, and other municipalities as a perfect example. Sidibeng Water and other service providers are not paying attention to maintenance and efficient water supply. Does your government understand the frustration that our people are faced with without water and the complete collapse of sanitation with the drains running through their street without even a single drop of water? Has your department been in any oversight on these particular areas where there's no water and the sanitation drainage system has completely collapsed? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mogause. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me indicate that indeed the honorable member has singled out Sidibeng, and probably I will also single out Sidibeng and say Deputy Minister Mahlobo, together with MEC Maile, have been working very hard with the district municipality in that particular area of making sure that water and sanitation, as you have clearly stipulated, Chairperson, honorable member, are being resuscitated so that people can be able to have proper water. But there is also working together with the Rand Water in that particular area to make sure that there is maintenance and refurbishment of the pipes in that area. And I'm not only talking about Sidibeng, I can talk about Meate, and talk about Fernacheng, that particular area of the southern area of Ekurhuleni. This is where Deputy Minister Mahlobo and MEC Maile, together with the executive mayor of the district, working very, very hard to make sure that they deal in particular. You're talking about water, they're dealing with water issues, but they're also dealing with about 8 and more of the water treatment works in that particular area to bring that to normality so that people can stop seeing the effluence within their towns and their township. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM.
House Chair.
Honorable Mogause.
I'm rising on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
House Chairperson, the Deputy Minister have completely deviated from what I asked. Yes, I have mentioned Sidibeng. I have also mentioned the Northwest Disobotla municipality in particular, where this question is originating from, the province where this question is originating from. So she's mentioning all these areas without mentioning these areas that I've mentioned from the Northwest. Can she respond on that?
But the unfortunate part is that we allocate minutes for the DM to respond to, or the minister. And now the DM has exhausted the minutes in terms of the response. So that is why we move to the next question. Even if I sustain your point of order, it was going to be difficult to deal with it. Let's go to question.
Yes. I have put on a stopper. The DM has responded 3.5 minutes. So she still have about a minute and a half to respond to my point of order. Can you allow her an opportunity? I'm not challenging you. We as members of parliament put on stoppers as well. Not only you there.
I'm saying I do have the time, and the DM is still going to be responding to questions. And if ever there will be time, she will deal with your question. Because she has said what you are raising that was not covered in terms of your entire question. And I agree with you, by the way. But your stopper, your stopper is moving very fast. You can't be challenging the one that I'm having. Let's move to question 184 asked by Honorable Mteto. Honorable Mteto, Honorable DM. Honorable DM, we are now dealing with question 184 asked by Honorable Mteto.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me indicate that most losses that occur in the municipalities, we as a department are implementing several measures. One of the measures that we are implementing, as had already been indicated, is Water Services Improvement Program. In terms of the Water Services Act, the department is developing and updating more and more comprehensive norms and standards for water and sanitation services. The department has also published a national regulatory dashboard showing the extent of compliance.
Can we please all have some order? We're trying to listen to the Deputy Minister.
Can we have order in the house, please? We are protected, Honorable DM. Can you continue?
It's just Honorable Dangor woke up now.
Honorable DM, can you continue?
No, Chair, can we call point of order, Chair? That's an insult to Honorable Dango. And he must apologize, that Honorable member. Honorable Dango has been part of the disciplined members of the House. He's calling a point of order to members making noise. Can Honorable Loyant withdraw that, Chair? I'm asking through you.
Honorable Lund. Honorable Lund.
Yes, Chairperson.
You know very well, Honorable Dango is even sitting alone there, and he was just raising the issue of the noise so that all of you can hear when the Honorable DM is responding to questions. So kindly withdraw for what you have said about him, please.
Chairperson, unfortunately, you're not in the House, but you can check Hansard to see if it's true or not. But I withdraw.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the withdrawal. Let's continue Honorable DM responding to the question of Honorable Mteto.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was indicating that we've got a water services program within which there are more comprehensive and updated norms and standards for water and sanitation. The department has also published a national regulatory dashboard showing the extent of compliance with the national norms and standards for water services for all water services authority. We have also drawn monitoring information, including from the drop reports and NWT and COCTA reports, where we believe that the municipalities will be able to be reporting within this framework. The department is also in a process of developing and rolling out the regional support and intervention plan. We are also focusing on the worst performing municipalities so that we can be able to make an intervention in that regard. And this will assist the department, and we will have evidence, particularly through the regulatory framework, which is managed at our regional office. And in consultation with the provincial government, Chairperson, our municipalities are working together with us. And now part of the things that we're doing is to focus on a district development model so that we can be able to have a situation where we believe that working with the DDM, we should be able to get very good results. In the meantime, Chairperson, let me indicate that the department is supporting and intervening in municipalities at an unprecedented scale. Currently, we can be able to say that the department has got 30 municipalities within the country where we're looking at their performance. The department has also escalated the water partnership offices in collaboration with the DPSA and SALGA to provide support to the municipalities to put in place the public-private partnership and to reduce non-revenue water, amongst other programs that we are looking at. We also, as a department, have allocated regional bulk infrastructure and water services infrastructure grant to municipalities to assist them to deal with the infrastructure, which is a challenge. The department is also encouraging municipalities to invest in infrastructure, which will assist them to reduce non-revenue water. And as such, we believe that the department should also think of having bulk meters in their areas. Honorable members, our honorable minister is also ready to make sure that as we're dealing with these challenges, we also work in investing in infrastructure, in refurbishing the infrastructure so that the municipalities can be able to have very good investment in what we're doing. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The first follow-up question will be from Honorable Nyambos. Honorable Nyambos.
Thanks, Chair of Chairs, for the opportunity. Minister, thank you very much. I hear all the programs that you have. I also hear about that you'll be also investing in infrastructure. So, but my point is in the bulk water resources. My point is, Deputy Minister, what is the state of readiness within the department and other water services authority to maintain this bulk water resources infrastructure in sustaining your program that you were talking about, Minister, Deputy Minister? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambos. Honorable DM.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We're working very hard to make sure that the bulk infrastructure, as we execute, we work with the municipalities. One of the things that we're doing as a Department of Water and Sanitation is that we make sure that the Water Users Authority are knowledgeable about the things that we're doing. It's no longer a situation where we will go invest and move out, and then the infrastructure as and when it needs maintenance, as and when it needs operation, we are found, the municipalities are found wanting. One of the things that we are doing is to work with the irrigation board to make sure that we maintain government water infrastructure and maintain government schemes, which actually in the main are being used by the irrigation board. These agreements that we have made, we're working very hard to make sure that we update them and we're making sure that we improve all the infrastructure and in particular the water schemes that are there within the irrigation board. And this information is based on the asset register that the department has. And we believe that in addition, the department has to undertake the assessment of water, of auditing the water infrastructure and making sure that across the country, we are knowledgeable of the infrastructure that is there. We have been able to audit those infrastructure. We know the conditions at which this infrastructure are. We know where do we need to make intervention, particularly in revamping this infrastructure. But I also need to indicate, Chair of Chairs, that the municipalities, which are water services authority, do not have sufficient capacities. And that is why even earlier on, I had indicated that we're working with the municipalities to make sure that we work with them so that we can be able to capacitate them. We work with them so that as we develop the infrastructure, the bulk infrastructure, we also make sure that we leave capacity in them so that in the end, they can be able to remain supporting what we have invested in their area. But Chairperson, our intervention is to make sure that the municipalities that are challenged were able to deal with them, and the municipalities that have got good records, we work with them to spread the investment that we're doing in these municipalities. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The second follow-up question will be from Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Hatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable DM, what new water demand management strategies has the department implemented in ensuring that municipalities are held accountable in decreasing water losses, which reduce the amount of water available for consumption? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hatebe. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Let me indicate that one of the things that I have indicated, Honorable Hadebe, is the fact that we make sure that we audit most of the municipalities, look at what has been given as a water user, look at how much are they getting, how much is being lost, and therefore able to indicate to them, but also sometimes able to indicate that there is water that is being lost in this particular area. For example, as it goes into the reservoir, the water as it goes towards communities, we are able to look into where is the municipality losing water, and we're able to guide each other. And let me also indicate, Honorable, that one of the things that we're seeing is that in many municipalities, we have more demand of water as compared to the supply that either the Water Services Authority can be able to give to that municipality. And this actually is what many communities will always be struggling about to can be able to get water. In essence, the demand is more than the supply that we are able to supply. And actually, in some municipalities, like I indicated earlier, they lose even more than 60% of what the request has been. And these are some of the things that we're working with the municipalities to can be able to deal with. But I need to hasten, Honorable Hadebe, that part of the things that Minister Mkhulu has been hard at work to do is to make sure that there is transformation happening so that we can be able to increase water supply, particularly to the rural areas, and make sure that we manage most of the resources that we are having. Because you must remember that over 70% of water is used for irrigation. And therefore, these are some of the things that the minister is working around to make sure that we increase water supply and we work on issues of transformation so that we can be able to supply water to our communities. But one of the things that we must always remember, even as we go to our constituencies, is to talk about issues of climate change, which is now fast coming into, particularly in South Africa. I would say in the West it's dry, in the East there's floods. So these are some of the things that we need to talk to our communities educate our communities about the challenges and the issues of climate change. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, DM. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Lutuli.
Sibonge, wena ohlezi esitulweni. Sekela mphathiswa womnyango. Uma ngabe nje KwaZulu-Natal udriver endaweni enjengaseMlazi, Lamontville, nakaMashu, ubona amanzi nje egobhoza emgwaqweni nemgwaqweni emikhulu. Lokho kwenza ukuthi amanzi amosheke, ikakhulukazi endaweni ezasemalokishini. Yiziphi inhlelo umnyango wakho onazo ukuqinisekisa ukuthi lokumosheka nokuvuza kwamanzi okugobhoza emgwaqweni kuyancipha, ikakhulukazi endaweni zasemakhaya nasemalokishini? Umuntu abonke.
Thank you, Honorable Lutuli. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Indeed, there's a lot of wastage of water in many areas, where as you travel within the towns and other areas, there will always be water that is flowing. One of the things that we're doing is we're working with the municipalities, we're working with our traditional leaders and everybody who's a leader in the community to say, when they see the water flowing in a particular area, it is very important to quickly either inform the municipality or inform the relevant leadership in that particular area, so that they can be able to look at where if the pipe has bursted or what exactly can be happening, so that we are able to deal with the challenge as speedily as is possible. Remember, many a times this is the water that actually comes from our reservoirs, and this is the water that actually, before it goes to the reservoirs, it has been in the water treatment works and has been cleaned, and there's money that is involved because there are chemicals, there are people who are being paid to do these things, and we always engage with the municipalities that as soon as there's a burst pipe, because I need to hasten and need to engage with you, honorable members, that most of our towns, most of our municipalities, the pipes are very old, and most of the pipes are asbestos pipes, which actually, with pressure of water or whatever, they easily burst. And therefore, at the same time, not only are we working with the municipalities in making sure the stopgap measures of the water not flowing in our street is happening, but we're also working with our municipalities to make and make efforts within the department that with the grants that we're giving to the municipality, like I said earlier on, that 5% of those grants should be able to be invested into infrastructure. And investing into infrastructure, one of the things that we impress upon the municipalities is that let's make sure that the infrastructure that is not in a good condition is the infrastructure that we're able to look at. But we're also working in partnership with the private sector. We're working with very close to SALGA, so that we can be able to deal with some of these challenges that one has spoken to. And I believe that one of the things that we're doing is to increase as much work into the municipality, so that we can be able to attend to fixing the pipes that are broken but also maintaining some of the pipes that need to be maintained. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, TM. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Okam.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, whatever plans you and the Minister or your predecessors have, has failed. We can see that clearly. Every time that a leak is not repaired or commercial losses takes place, we don't only lose water, we also lose money. And that is money that those people cannot afford. What will the consequences be? That is what we've got to ask ourselves. Is it not time, Honorable Deputy Minister, to place conditions on the water boards and on the Water Service Authority's licenses to take their current level of water losses and introduce a phased target for reduction of those losses over a period of 3 years? And if they don't do that, risk losing their licenses. There must be consequence management for them. And if we are not going to implement something like this, they will just carry on. Do you agree that this is a good plan? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Okam or Honorable TM.
Thank you, Chair, House Chair, Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much. The plan that honorable member is putting forward, probably if he can be able to give us the idea of what he's thinking going forward in terms of people who actually make the communities to lose water and to lose the finances. We will look into that plan and look at the feasibility of this plan so that going forward, we're able to know what we are talking about. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DM. DM, we now move to 176, asked by Honorable Dudoy. Honorable DM.
Huge Chair of Chairs, engagements are going on with respect to Water Services Authority regarding the need to provide alternative energy supply mechanism that can minimize the impact of load shedding to ensure the citizens' constitutional right to access to clean drinking water. Some municipalities have been able to exempt some of their water and sanitation facilities from load shedding, but this is often not possible because it would require exemption of the whole load shedding, which in turn would result in ESCOM's load shedding requirements not being met. Chair of Chairs, let me also indicate that the department, supported by the water boards in their roles as water services provider for Water Services Authority, have taken different approaches to manage the impact of ESCOM load shedding in on their ability to produce reliable bulk water supply services to users, including other things such as engaging with the provincial government leadership and ESCOM to negotiate and facilitate the exemption of water infrastructure from frequent load shedding. The department, together with the water board, are filing application to ESCOM for exemption for the ESCOM regulation NRS 048/9. Some application for exemption have been successful, while some have not been due to technical reason advanced by ESCOM, and some still waiting for the outcomes of the application. Entities such as Bloom Water, Rainwater, Mugeni, Lipele, Mahalis Water are operating water infrastructure that is exempted from load shedding and are mostly able to continue with the operation. Therefore, where affordable, some of the entities have produced backup generators to continue with the operations even when there is load shedding. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable DM, South Africa has been victim to load shedding since 2007. And government have been aware of this growing number of households since 1994, since you initiated numerous initiatives like RDP housing projects, township development, etc. But since 1994, the interministerial indabas took place and numerous election campaigns were championed by the ANC, focusing on access to water, a basic right. Minister, knowing all this and knowing that water supply in municipal areas are the responsibility of local municipalities, will you look into the possibility of connecting areas like, for instance, the Groot Mariku water reticulation plant in the Zeerust to the renewable energy plant of Mr. Matrice Petsepe, where electricity is generated from the sun? Is that a possibility? And could we please be provided with a detailed list of the municipalities that were successful in being isolated from the grid? Thank you, Honorable DM.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. Honorable DM.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me indicate to the Honorable that definitely I will not be able to say here now. We will be able to provide you with the list, but we'll go back and be able to look into what is available or the list, because I can't say off the cuff that now I'll be able to provide you with the list of the municipalities that have been removed of the grid. But I also need to indicate to yourself, Chairperson, an honorable member, that the question is definitely it's long that load shedding has been with us, and we are hard at work, like I indicated, that we're working with ESCOM, we're working with the boards, we're working with the Water Services Authority to planning as to how do we now deal with the situation, because indeed load shedding impacts negatively onto water supply in many of our communities, and therefore I would combine this together with the first response that I have indicated, that we definitely will be able to supply you with the list. But let us not forget that as the load shedding was happening, as NCOP was having precarious situation, the population in the Republic of South Africa was not stagnant, and therefore the demand, water, whether it's water, the demand, whether it's electricity, has been growing by day. And these are some of the challenges that we are working on, because take it that all these things need planning, all these things as we implement population growth, water supply. It's a moving target that as the department we need to deal with. Chaja.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Lond. Honorable Lond.
Thank you. One of the biggest risks facing South Africa is when we do not have the different levels of load shedding, but a total blackout where we are without power for several days. There will be no pumps working to ensure that there's clean running water reaching the homes. The sewage system will also come to a complete standstill, which the resulting consequence will put every single resource from healthcare to security under tremendous pressure. Now, if you're planning to fail, Honorable Deputy Minister, then you plan to fail. I am aware of one province that has a disaster plan in place for such a scenario as sketched above. As the Deputy Minister for this department, I am sure that you are well aware of how many of the 9 provinces actually have a disaster plan in place for a scenario sketched above. Can you indicate to this House and to South Africans how many of the provinces do have up-to-date plans? And can you commit to providing those plans to the Security Committee by the end of the month?
Thank you, Honorable Lond. Honorable DM.
Wow. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Let me indicate to the Honorable Member that indeed the plan for the provinces that has got a disaster plan will be provided as soon as it's available. But like as indicated and given us time frames, we definitely will be able to supply, Honorable Member.
Honorable DM, you muted yourself towards your conclusion.
She muted because she don't know the answer.
Honorable DM, you were saying you are going to provide it within the time frame as raised by Honorable Lond.
Definitely, Chair of Chairs, I was indicating that the Honorable Member has given us an indication as to when we should be able to supply him with the response. And indeed, that response will come to the Honorable Member as indicated. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, DM. No, it was you were muted towards the end. Now we got it very clear. The third follow-up is from Honorable Lehihi. Honorable Lehihi, or
Chair.
Or Honorable Mukause is standing in for Honorable Lehihi. Honorable Mukause.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Deputy Minister, it is our view that adequate water supply should be treated as an emergency in South Africa. And as such, all water plants should be spared from blackouts, and backup power is often not enough to keep this. The reasoning that you are giving to the National Council of Provinces today that some are exempted from power blackout, it is not true. Deputy Minister, you must go and do a research and come and give us proper answers in the NCOP. Which time frames has the minister put in place to ensure that all water plants in South Africa are spared from these blackouts? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM.
Thank you, Mem Kause. Definitely what I indicated earlier on, I was indicating all the water boards that actually have been exempted by ESCOM for them to can be able to continue supplying water when there is load shedding. But remember that we've got Water Services Authority, that the board supply water to the Water Services Authority. And therefore, when there are challenges with the Water Services Authority, it becomes very difficult for the municipalities to can be able to receive water during power outages, as we are indicating. And sometimes it becomes even difficult for the municipalities when there are power outages for water to can be able to reach expected water users. And therefore, I think one of the things that for sure ESCOM should be able to do, and as we are working together with ESCOM, we should be able to say, yes, the water boards have got this kind of initiative that we have done with ESCOM. Now let's go to the municipalities so that the municipalities can be able to provide services to the water users, which are our communities. And I think that if we can be able to succeed in doing, Honorable Member, it definitely will be able to deal with the challenges of water outages as and when there is power outages in our communities, because when there are power outages, it means obviously the water will not be able to reach our communities. And these are the things that, as Honorable Member has raised the question, I need to thank you for that. These are the ideas that we should be able to start working with the boards, working with the Water Services Authority, but engaging ESCOM also at the same time to say, there's a precarious situation down the line, and therefore let's work together so that our communities can be able to get the water. I thank you, Honorable Member, and I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, DM. The fourth follow-up question will be from Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, in the light of escalating crisis and theft and vandalism of the public infrastructure, is there any integrated security plan to protect the backup generators and other related infrastructure? I thank Honorable Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. Let me indicate that there are several plans that have been put forward by the minister and several other municipalities where theft and vandalism is being dealt with. But we are working also with Honorable Member, with the municipalities. We're also working with the boards, and we have most of the boards have got securities in place which can be able to assist in dealing with the infrastructure. But that is just only for the board. We also now are starting to work with the municipalities to say, let's have security systems in your water treatment plants, in your wastewater treatment plants also, so that it doesn't affect you, because when there is theft or when there is vandalism, it impacts negatively on the wastewater treatment plants, it impacts negatively on the water treatment plants. And therefore, that is why we're always making sure that all the implementing agents must assist the municipalities in the main with the plans, so that our communities don't find themselves in a situation where every now and then the municipalities, they repair, they invest, and then other people will come and take what has been invested in. There is vandalism in particular. And I would say that part of the things that we have seen is that there are some people who actually are making sure that they make it their duty to can be able to harvest and to steal and to vandalize what the municipalities have invested in or what the boards have invested in. And we're working very, very, very close with the law enforcement agencies so that we can be able to protect. But part of the things that we are encouraging the municipalities to do is to look at security systems that can be able to protect the investment that they're making. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. We now come to question 175 asked by Honorable Fesser. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me indicate that the wastewater treatment plant, the department issued water use authorization to regulate the discharge of the effluent from the plants in terms of the National Water Act. Some of these plants might be operating as a continuation of the existing lawful use, or may be authorized in terms of the general authorization brought through water use license. The department also regulates use of water by ensuring that rectification measures are taken against unlawful users of water, including the municipalities. The department has, from April 2021 to date, issued 120 notices and also 58 directives against the municipalities that were found to have used water without authorization. In addition, Chair of Chairs, 2 criminal cases were also registered with the South African Police Services for use of water in different manners, that what is permitted under the National Water Act. And these are some of the things that the department has done to make sure that the right things are done by all of us. And if you don't do the right things, the law will follow you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The first follow-up question will come from Honorable Sileku, who's standing in for Honorable Fesser in terms of the rule of the NCOP. Honorable Sileku.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Minister, Honorable DM, I did not hear you nicely, so I might want to have a clearer answer in terms of my follow-up question into what we have been saying. And my question will be, what is your short to long-term plans as a department to improve the quality of effluent of every wastewater treatment plant to be to the legislated sense, general legal limit within South Africa, to a level that will not harm the environment and natural resources? And B, what will be the consequences to those municipalities not complying with regulations as it's currently happening in the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sileku. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I need to indicate that one of the things that the department is doing is to look into how do we deal with the gray water, how do we make sure that we deal with the effluents, and there's several municipalities that are now starting to look into the utilization of the effluent by making sure that they work with the gray water so that there can be the reuse of the gray water. And in this instance, Honorable Member, I will indicate that the Minister at the beginning of the year has signed an agreement with the mines in the area of Mukopani together with the Mogalakwena municipality, so that there can be utilization of grey water in the mines. And these are some of the things that we're looking into to make sure that we deal with the challenges of underutilization of the grey water. And I would say that in the long term, we believe that the in thing will be utilization of the grey water, reuse of the effluents in such a way that we are able to contribute towards the economy of the Republic. Honorable Member, I have already indicated that there are several non-compliant municipalities, non-compliant institutions, which we have already, I have already indicated that those that do not comply, we're working with the law enforcement agencies so that they can be compliance. I've already indicated that there are two, which actually we have already reported to the police so that they can be able to do the right thing. And if you don't comply, the other thing that we're doing is that we're using the drop, no drop, green drop, blue drop, so that we can be able to check our municipalities and institutions that they really comply with what is expected in terms of the law. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you. The second follow-up question will be from Honorable Mokause. Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Honorable DM, the reality is that South Africa's water wastewater management currently stands in a dismal state, posing significant risk to the environment, the ecosystem, and our people who rely on these services. Which urgent measures of intervention have been put in place to ensure compliance, and which time frame have been put in place in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokause. Honorable DM.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, as you have put it forward, Honorable Member, the situation in particular of our wastewater treatment is in a dire situation, it's in a dire strait. Let me indicate, Honorable Member, that we are trying to enforce compliance. We are also making sure that we work with the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fishery in making sure that we protect our ecosystem, in making sure that there is compliance, particularly on issues that affect the environment and the ecosystem, so that we are not found wanting. Honorable Member, you would recall and remember that part of the work that we're working, Honorable Mokause, we're working with the municipalities, we're working with a variety of institutions, we are working together with different institutions and different departments, because if we don't do that, we will find ourselves administering water services that impacts negatively onto the lives of the people, and we are being assisted by a number of companies. I have already indicated earlier on that working with SALGA in particular is one of the things that we're doing so that as we deal with the challenges in particular in the municipalities, we are ensuring that where there are shortcomings, SALGA comes in, and where there are problems of pollution, we work with all the municipalities. We work with the Department of Environment to ensure that we're able to deal with some of these things. But I have already indicated, Honorable Chairperson, House Chair, that part of the things that we are doing, we are doing and doing in essence, is to make sure that there is reuse of the water that we are having, but we are also making sure that our purification plants can be able to, as they dispose the water into our natural resources, this is the water that actually has been dealt with properly. So, because I always believe that if we don't have water that has been properly dealt with, downstream is going to affect a number of people, and we are also making sure that this is not the thing that is being done by the department. This is not the thing that is being done by the water boards. We are all collectively involved in making sure that the effluents, as and when they get discharged, they get discharged in a proper way. They get discharged having been cleaned to the properly, so because remember, it doesn't affect the ecosystem only, it will also affect the health of the people in this regard. And also taking into cognizance the fact that when we discharge the not so good effluent, it definitely also impacts on the climate and the condition that we find ourselves in. I thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, on a point of order. Order, Chair.
Yes.
Chairperson, in the response of a minister, she's trying to point out all the role players, but she doesn't come to a point where she's answering which time frames has been put in place in this regard, and which urgent measures of interventions are in place. She's just mentioning a lot of things here, and she's not answering the question itself. This is extremely out of order, and you are allowing all these deputy ministers who have been speaking here today to do that. It is unfair to us, Chair of Chairs. It's extremely unfair to us. You are not doing justice to this. You are not doing justice to this sitting.
Honorable Mokause, I am presiding. I'm not answering questions. We are asking questions, and the Honorable DM has responded to your question. Let's move to the third question that will be asked by Honorable Hateb.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Deputy Minister, you have partly covered what I was going to say. In that you are working with other bodies like SALGA to implement and to improve the enforcement or insofar as compliance is concerned. My question is, what consequence management measures will be taken to oversight entities as well as the municipalities who have been found to be at fault insofar as operating wastewater treatment plants without licenses? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hatebe. Honorable DM.
Thank you, Honorable Khadebe. Let me indicate that there are several consequence management issues that we are taking. Earlier on, I spoke to the fact that as the department, we look at the no drop, blue drop, and green drop, which actually were able to look at the municipalities and say, you are found wanting with respect to this regulation that we are putting forward, and therefore put systems in place so that they can be able to follow norms and standard of what is expected of them, and applying when there's no compliance, we then institute on that. There are several that have been put forward that they don't comply with the regulations, and these are some of the things that we do. And in the end, when you do not comply, we will eventually make sure that we take you through the law enforcement agencies until where we bring in the South African police to can be able to deal with the situation if you as the municipality or whoever is not following what we are anticipating of them. And therefore, that is why we're saying the municipalities or the institutions that are at fault, every time we always make sure that we follow the regulations until such a time that they can be defaulted one way or the other. So these are the things that as a department we are doing, but there's always consequence management in everything that we are doing. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Todovu. Honorable Todovu.
I will take it, Chair, on behalf of Todovu.
You can take it, Honorable Mteto Nyambos.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once more again, Deputy Minister. The Constitution enjoys the three spheres of government to cooperate with one another in good faith in pursuing of the common national development agenda. In this regard, Minister, Deputy Minister, what is the plan of the ministry to pursue and, where possible, assist the municipality to comply with these relevant wastewater treatment issues? I thank you, Chairperson of this meeting.
DM.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The department is implementing water services improvement program in terms of the Water Services Act. Department of Water and Sanitation is developing updated and more comprehensive and updated norms and standards for water and sanitation services. The department has also published the National Regulation Dashboard showing the extent of compliance with the national norms and standards for water services for all. On this existing monitoring information from, including from the DROPS report, the National Treasury and COCTA reports, the department is in the process of developing and rolling out regional support and intervention plans based on the evidence in the regulatory dashboard managed by our regional offices in consultation with the provincial government, municipalities, and the district development model structure that we are working very close with. And in the meantime, let me indicate, Chair of Chairs, that in supporting the intervention in the municipalities at an unprecedented scale, the department is currently having 30 municipalities in the water service. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, TM. TM, we now come to question 185 asked by Honorable Dango. Honorable TM.
Thank you very much, House Chair of Chairs, I'm sorry. And let me thank Honorable Dango in the question that he put forward to the Minister. Let me indicate to the House at large that the project is being reorganized to be jointly implemented with the commercial sector. We're talking about the mining sector in that particular area, and it is anticipated that it will be completed by 2030. The project will be implemented with 50% from government and 50% from commercial sector funding to the benefit of the communities in and around Sekhukhune and Mogalakwena municipalities together with Polokwane municipality. Chairperson, let me also in a river development project, we have Wamita Dam, which actually we also believe that definitely the design phase has been completed, and we believe that to date we shall be able to be going out on tender. And in the Western Cape, House Chairperson, let me indicate that the augmentation of the Berth River fuel flow is expected to start in 2024. And we believe that this will be able to assist the city of Cape Town. In KZN, House Chairperson, Chair of Chairs, we've got a project of Commerce, which also the construction will be started in 2025. And we believe that this will be able to assist the areas, in particular of the rural districts. TCTA is in this instant involved in working with the board in that particular area, so that we can be able to work towards the infrastructure development. But I need to also hasten to indicate that we are awaiting the National Treasury for a decision, so that we can be able to a decision that can be able to assist with the physical infrastructure contribution. Let me indicate that Mokolo and Crocodile River Water Augmentation Program, which is phase 2, is also one of the projects that we're looking at, and believing that the project will be commissioned in 2028, and we're looking forward that it will be able to deal with the challenges in particular in Lephalale and those particular areas of the west of Limpopo. The Umzimbuvu water project in the Eastern Cape, a complete date has not yet been determined, as the implementation model is still being considered. Initially, the lack of potential commercial off-takers prevented this to be classified as an off-budget project. On recommendation of the National Treasury, the department issued a request for information to explore alternative funding and implementation model. A proposal was recently submitted to the National Treasury to consider the Umzimbuvu water project. The Valhamahara phase 1 was completed in July, and phase 2 is going to be commencing in the 2023-24 financial year. Rehabilitation of Valhar's Daung irrigation scheme. The master plan has been finalized to provide insight into the rehabilitation and the upgrade requirements. An anticipated project target date will be determined once the feasibility study has been completed. Rastfontein Chairperson, which is one of the other water treatment works in Free State. The Rastfontein is not being pursued at this stage. Alternatives are being explored to enhance water security in Mangaung together with the metro. The scope of the orange read is still to be determined. While Rastfontein is a project listed in the Bloom Water, Mangaung Metro is to be engaged on alternative to enhance water security. Honorable members, let me say that these are some of the projects that we singled out and make sure that just for information of members, but there are other projects that as and when the members require, we can be able to provide information around. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Dango will ask the first question. Ambassador.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable DM. Based upon the ongoing project, monitoring and evaluation, has the department identified any critical factors that may create delays for the completion of these projects? If so, what are the plans to mitigate such delays? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador. Honorable DM.
Thank you, Ambassador Dango. Let me indicate that there are critical factors that have caused delay in some of the project, and the completion date had to be postponed. Amongst others, we've got weak infrastructure procurement and contract management in the department, and this needs to be addressed. The accounting officer has put in place a new infrastructure supply chain management policy and infrastructure procurement strategy. This will make the department infrastructure procurement efficient and effective. The department is also putting in place a revised contract management standard operating procedure, and we believe that we will be able to train several people in project management and on how to apply this so that we can be able to deal with critical factors that delays the project. Thank you, Honorable Ambassador. And
thank you, Honorable DM. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mutsamai.
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Mokaus.
May I take the question, the follow-up?
Yes, Honorable
On behalf
Mokaus,
of
you can
Honorable
take it.
Mutsamai?
Yes, you can ask your question.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, after load shedding, water scarcity is a major challenge facing the everyday lives of our people in South Africa. As the condition of water and sanitation infrastructure in this country continues to deteriorate, bulk water resource infrastructure is clearly not coping with the increased demand, and it is only poorly maintained. Which measures has the minister put in place to ensure that the projects put in place are well maintained and will not need to be revisited again in a short space of time? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mokaus. Honorable DM.
thank you, Honorable Member. Let me indicate that we are working very hard with the municipalities so that we can be able to assist them by capacitating people who are on operation and maintenance of the investment that the municipalities has been able, together with the Water Services Authority, have put in place. I also need to indicate, Honorable Chair of Chairs, that when we do this with the municipalities, part of the things or the issues that we put in place, besides capacity building, is to make sure that the municipalities are able to put money, whether from MIG, from WISIC, from RBIC, in place, so that they can be able to deal with the challenges of the infrastructure that will to deteriorate. And let's not forget, Honorable Member, that most of the municipalities are hard at work in making sure that they supply services to their communities. And in many instances, this impacts negatively sometimes on their budget, because they want to expand the services to some of the communities that do not necessarily have the services. So maintaining the project is one of the things that we are encouraging them to say, have some money that you'll be able to maintain the investment that you have made. And at the same time, we're also encouraging them to say, if there are some infrastructure that is not in a good condition, let's work together so that we can be able to assist you with the infrastructure that is not in good condition. But indeed, Honorable Member, you are very right that it is important that as we invest in infrastructure, it must be well maintained. And in many instances, as I have indicated earlier on, we have made sure that most of the municipalities, we work with them in making sure that there are contractors that are appointed to assist in maintenance. Many of the municipalities, we work with them in capacitating the municipal workers that are there, so that when we leave, we don't leave a vacuum, but we leave a municipality that has got workers that can be able to deal with the investment that has been made by the municipality.
Thank you, Honorable TM. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable DM, the Minister duly responded to a written question posed earlier this year by Honorable De Bruin regarding the maintenance and shutdown of the Sutu Island Tunnel that is planned for 2024, stating that if all goes well and targets are met in time, the maintenance should take about 6 to 8 months. That's appreciated. Minister, and seeing that every bulk water project is currently behind schedule, how is your department planning on ensuring that bulk water supply to the areas that's going to be affected are being maintained or are finished on time? I appreciate the fact that you answered just now that you are in direct communication with municipalities and assisting them. And I want to make use of your offer or your proposal for everyone to work together to get infrastructure in a good condition. And I want to know, Minister, Deputy Minister, will you agree to visit both the Makwasi Hills and Dichabotla municipal areas in the Northwest as soon as possible to see for yourself in what dire state the water infrastructure in these municipal areas are and intervene as a matter of urgency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dutoy, for the invitation. Definitely, we will be able to look into the invitation to Makwasi Hill and be able to engage yourself as and when we will be going to that part of the country in the Northwest. Let me indicate, Honorable Member, that we traversed the whole country, and in February,
you muted yourself, DM.
Batteries finished. Oh, sorry. Yeah. In February, we had a summit wherein we collated every information from every province to say this is what we'd like to see happen. And in the end, there is within our annual performance plan an indication of how we would like to see some of the things happening. And that is why part of the things that I have indicated to yourself, honorable members, has been that what we found as we're engaging with the community is that we are challenged with respect to procurement issues. We are challenged on a number of issues that relates to the infrastructure. That is why they're behind. But we need to indicate that there are some interventions that the minister has been able to make in some areas, and we believe that some of the projects are now on track to can be able to say to our communities, these are the things that we have been able to do. And we want to ensure you, honorable member, that some of the interventions have been sustained and some of the interventions we're still working on them. But let's indicate to yourself that we definitely will be able to have the challenges being a thing of the past. And let me also indicate that issues of Lesotho Lesotho Tunnel, which the minister spoke about, there is enough evidence that can be able to indicate to yourself, Chairperson, that the Sterkfontein Dam is on track to can be able to supply sufficient water that is available while we are dealing with some of the issues that are there in the other side of South Africa. But let me also indicate that it's work that I would say that we are on track, and definitely, like I indicated earlier on, that phase 1 has been dealt with. We are now on phase 2, and we believe that as we are working, we definitely will be able to update honorable members on some of the issues that are happening. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Lunt. Honorable Lunt.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, as you correctly pointed out at the beginning, in the first part of your answer, there is several massive capital projects that's being planned to ensure that water security is looked after, because that's going to be the next big thing facing the country, in addition to the electricity crisis we're facing already. You've also now indicated what plans you have put in place to ensure that we do not have massive backlogs in the rollout and the implementation of these projects. I mean, in the Western Cape, we have the Clan William Dam that was planned in 2014 at a cost of 2 billion rand. Unfortunately, that is now already 676 million over budget, and the completion date, believe it or not, would have been this year. But that has now been delayed by a further 6 years. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, can you commit and can you put yourself on the line to say that these projects, with all the measures that you've already put in place, will not be dealt further delays, and that you will stake your reputation, or what's left after that, after this question session today, on the completion of that project? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lord. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me indicate to you that this is one of the projects that the Minister has, together with the Premier of the Western Cape, been hard at work to make sure that the years that were put forward to the community of the Republic, it cannot be like you indicated that it has been many years in the offing. And I need to indicate to yourself, Honorable Member, that I don't necessarily have the real figures financially or the real numbers with respect to the years, because the Minister, together with the Premier of the Western Cape, has been working on this to say it cannot be that to date we're still working and working backwards in this regard. But Honorable Member, let me indicate that going back to the draw room, I will be able to give you the outcomes of what Minister Mkhunu and Premier has been able to work on, so that you can be able to have information on what is happening in Clan William. I was trying to look at my notes, and unfortunately, I cannot be able to quickly take a side. But I need to indicate that this project is one of those projects that like I said, the Minister has been able to work with the Premier, and there are several commitments that I wouldn't off the cuff say this is what has been happening, and that is why I plead with yourself to say let me go to the back room so that I can be able to give you proper information. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable members, colleagues, Honorable DM. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Magadzi, for availing yourself to answer questions in the National Council of Provinces. Let me also thank representatives of special delegates from different provinces, reps of SALGA, honorable members. The House is now officially adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, House Chair. Thank you, and Deputy
Thank you, Chief Whip.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mamas.